Let me
All right.
record just to be safe.
I do wish you could roll for stats though. That'd be so
Yeah.
fun.
Same.
I had to
It'd be more fun.
before I sent you guys the picture of my 18s. I had to redo my stats because how I did them first was that I focused more on wisdom and dexterity more. And then
But you used the gloves to.
yeah, but then I took the gloves, which increased my dexterity to 18. So when I asked Hawk, because I had forgotten if a mace requires strength or dexterity, I just
Yes, the classic finesse mace known throughout history.
I forgot. So I'm wielding this legendary mace and only hitting people for like 2 damage.
Yo. Good job.
So when we long rested, I talked to Withers to redo my stats. So now I have 18 strength, 18 dexterity, 18 wisdom.
It's the belt and the gloves, right? You're using. What are you getting, or is it the armor that gives 18 strength?
No, it's I did the ASI at 4. I didn't take any feats, and then in Act 2 there's a drought. I don't want to give too many spoilers, but yeah. So we did that, and yeah, that's why Hawk took the forefront of Asterion hating him from that. But that dialogue was weird because when I spoke to him, he was just like, "How could you do that to me?" And I was just like, "I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. It was Hawk."
Yeah.
I went through that whole game. I had 20 on.
You didn't even find her.
You didn't?
I just know there's a headband of intellect at the beginning. That's the only item I know about that bitch.
Oh yeah, I got that too.
Yeah, there's a couple things. There's
we-
gloves later on.
Yeah, we
That
tried
give you like
to.
a 23.
We did try to like try to have Asterion, steal it off him, but the dialogue had already ended, so I was just like, oh well, maybe when we have to deal with him again. So Ken, did you get through the camp?
No, I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Over. I found the hag's house.
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure the goblin camp, there's technically a second way in. If you go on there's like a broken wall somewhere you can break and get into the rafters.
Yeah, you can. There's a couple ways in and out that you can get around. It's just overall, I didn't really find a way not to have to fight every single fucking goblin in that place.
No, Hawk and I just plowed right through.
There's just so many.
I blew the horn. Like, the funny thing is, as long as you attack outside first, the inside does not know you just fucking took out like
weird,
15 of them.
Because Hawk and I did the opposite.
I killed them. Outside, I went in, they were like, hey, you got an appointment? I was like, fucking the priest bitch, let me go talk to her. And they're like, yeah, alright, cool. Persuasion check passed, go on in. Yeah, you're already on deck, go on. And I went in, I was like, okay, I'm not going to her first. I'm going to systematically annihilate this place one section at a time. So I went to the furthest end that I could and worked my way back to the entrance.
Oh, yeah.
From what I understand, if they hit a war drum or certain enemies have an ability, it will alert the entire camp.
Yeah. It's rough.
Yeah.
Well,
that took me like 2 nights of work to get through that.
Nah, Hawk and I were able to get through it relatively with ease, though we talked our way into the camp because Hawk wanted to help me romance Asterion more. So, and there's a way to do it in the goblin camp. So, and when I did it, I was just like, this is too weird, Asterion. Why Asterion?
He's
Totally
your
worth
love
it, though.
interest, I guess.
I know.
Being fucking
Honestly,
weird and all.
Fog Cloud is such a great way to just stop all ranged attacks and to funnel everyone into one spot.
Yeah, and darkness.
I was about to
It
say a
does help.
spell, but I don't know if the spell is without mods. So just ignore me.
You and your mods.
What?
Mod the
Also,
game. It's already
Ancient's
awesome.
Paladin is so tanky. You could not die as an Ancient's Paladin, I swear to God.
Yeah. I mean, I had some battles early on that were rough, but once Paladin hit like 5, I was just a wrecking ball.
Oh, with like extra attack?
Double smites and all that stuff.
Right. The
Just
sheer
being able to
amount of power.
Yeah. You know, you finagle the game right, you can put a Thunderous Smite, a Divine Smite, and a crit all on the same hit, and you get high enough, you can start to force it to crit, and it just gets dumb.
I'm pretty sure they had a nerf Paladins. They put a damage cap on smites.
They did. Fortunately, they did it after I beat the game. They did. It was one of the things in the first patch, or second patch, was
Wow.
some Paladin nerfs.
I was gonna have
Just a
a
little bit.
Paladin hireling because I tried to play with Lae'zel and I just can't do it. I just don't like her. I don't care. Like, Hawk is just like, she gets better, and I'm just like, no. I still don't like it.
She does get better.
I
She
don't
even
fucking
apologizes. She apologizes later on.
It just takes too long for her to get to that point.
It
It's
does
the
take a while.
She
I
just hung
can't
out in
do
my
it.
camp the whole game. Well, 85% of the game.
Also, I don't know if I said this last night, but Hawk did get bodied by Lae'zel very hard, and it was hilarious.
That
Good.
tracks.
Because it was supposed to be an intimate cutscene, but no, he just got bodied.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds
so
like fun.
he's Lae'zel's bottom now.
Oh yeah, 100%. He didn't even get a turn.
Yeah, the lower level you do it, the easier it is. But if you try doing it at high level, she
Nah,
just
we were level 7. He got the cutscene, and it was disarming attack, silence, sleep, action surge, attack, crit.
I mean,
You can take off
you
all of
build her
her
to be
gear before
strong.
you fight her.
Well, he didn't know that he was gonna get that cutscene, which made it hilarious. Because
If you build her to be strong, it can be used against you.
exactly. The fact that because the sword that she has applies silence to enemies that hit. So the fact that he got silent and then put to sleep and then just got railed on the floor, not in the fun way. I mean, it was fun for her. She enjoyed it. But we just laughed so hard at that. I was just like, that is too good. What the fuck?
I never actually fought her one-on-one. And get that far.
You need high approval with her.
I didn't. I fucked up. So, her story bugged early for me, and I just all got so fucked. Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and pick up with our own story here. Let's see. So, last game. I've been trying to remember where we started. It was picked up still in Eriabor, I believe. It was a longer game, and you guys wrapped up all of your activities there in Eriabor. The dinner the night before having been concluded with battles in the streets, you headed to Manon's I think we actually picked up right after Aerith had used his true sight to view Mia.
Last session, I believe, was when
think it
we
was right
started.
after-
We started on the airship because we had just gotten past.
Okay, it was just past the Devils then.
Yeah, it was past the Devils. Then we
Okay.
long rested because we needed to give the ship a break.
Yes,
And then
yes, okay.
I don't believe. Did we fight
got more done.
anything?
Yes, you
Yeah,
did.
we ran
Yeah,
from
vine
we ran from the vine things
The
first
vine things.
because
That's right.
we didn't want to fight them, and then we ended up having to deal with the rock because we made
Oh, the
that
three,
big
the fiery
flat
rocks.
open
The
landing
fire rocks.
pad.
Fire rocks.
I was just like, a phoenix, and you were just like, no, it's a rock.
During which one of
Not
your
quite.
hired companions nearly got bodied,
Almost fucking
saved
yeah, right. Almost
by
fucking died.
some fortunate magic
war
from
person.
both Mia and Nicholas. Yeah, I remembered you guys doing the shambling mounds because that was funny. I remember all the scrambling for the battles because they were happening in places I didn't expect. But yeah, you guys concluded your flight through the central southeastern region of the Sword Coast, heading towards Parnast. Avoiding a conflict with a lot of shambling mounds, you flew away from that and made a perch high up in the mountains, where you guys stood watch late in the evening. On the second watch, Mithair and Mia were on watch and saw the very large birds coming from a distance. Were able to awaken most of you. Mithair was moving with a little bit more urgency in a like, oh no, we're about to be attacked kind of way, and Mia kind of just
Did not
la-di-da about.
understand instructions.
Managed to awaken Aerith, who didn't see the birds coming either, as by the time that Aerith took a look out the window or out on the deck, they had receded behind the nearby mountain to get a kind of flanking attack. And as they breached over the mountain peak and burst into the large flaming form of their hunting shape, battle ensued, in which the Starlight Dragon took a little bit more cosmetic damage, no physical damage this time, fortunately, and you all managed to fight off the three somehow changed or altered rocks, as you had discovered that they were indeed rocks. They seemed, in the aftermath of the battle, to have been burned from the inside out, this just charcoal husk of this massive 25-foot bird. 3 of them. The next morning, you took to the skies and completed your trip to Parnast. And as you approached the city and docked yourselves at the strange kind of airship-specific dock here, high up in the mountains, these large watchtower-esque pillars that seem to be made of just like layers of wood on themselves and strange like machinations within. You see large gears that click around and what looks like a big stone kind of sitting at the base of the back of it. And as you pull the airship in and Nesdin secured it next to the airship dock, you were thrown a mooring line by a dwarven gentleman on the dock who welcomed you all to Parnast, and that was where we left off last session. So, as you secure the line there on the airship dock, the town kind of stretching up the mountainside above you, you can see where the path has been trudged through the snow that seems to have melted a little bit, but there's still quite a bit of it on the ground here. Judging by the altitude you're at, you could probably guess that it still gets below freezing at night, although the later season, it's getting sunny enough during the day that it gets that like top layer of ice melt that crunches, and you can see the packed in path leading up to the city. Who
I
is...
was gonna say.
I mean,
Just
am I
sounds like
wrong?
flag. No.
You can only see part of the... It's not even really a city. You see just buildings kind of strewn here and there. Hunting lodges, pockmarked on the mountainsides going up, isolated by these long winding paths. And as you're kind of taking in this very unique city compared to the other places you've seen, Sword Coast, the dwarven gentleman looks over your crew and gives you a slight bow. Welcome to Parnast. Ah, are you here for business or pleasure?
Unfortunately, we're here for business. My name's Ken Silverlight. Uh, I'm the leader of the Wanderers of Starlight, adventuring party from the Coast Guard. We're beginning our expedition into the Underdark, and your beautiful locale is the starting point of said expedition.
He kind of like looks over you all and kind of gives you a nod. Right. Oh, well, we're happy to put you up for whatever time you need to spend here in our lovely, lovely village. We do have and he kind of like looks over the party. Who carries their weapons on their person? Like, I know Onis are kind of more, because
His fists.
Yeah, his fist.
I mean, I
These
have my
guys-
staff.
Your staff.
I
My
got a staff.
my weapon would be in pistol form because it's easier to carry.
But you still got a gun.
It's holstered.
Are you trying to hide it,
I mean,
or is it?
it's like, I guess, kind of similar where Percy kept it in the anime, like behind, like there,
Like in the small of your back?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not intentional. It's just there.
It's
That's
just
fair. It's just fair.
It's just there.
What about you, Ken?
I mean, like, my armor is my weapon. So I think he'll be in his his default adventure clothes. Like black shirt, pants. That photo.
Right, so you're not. Your
And then,
many puppies are
Yeah.
not in armor suit right now.
yeah, nah.
They're
just
free.
they're on standby. They're just hanging out.
Free fall. Sorry.
Okay.
Ernest is a trading town, right?
It is a like resort town, kind of.
Ah.
It's a place where the nobility
Yeah, I was about to say
go
it.
hunt.
Got like a ski resort vibe.
Yeah.
Touristy.
Gotcha. Okay.
So as he kind
Like
of looks
what?
over everybody, you all look dangerous because you are. However, he just gives you guys a big
Oh,
smile. And goes,
Dangerous.
well, we don't allow
Rude.
weapons within the town. So unfortunately, son, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave your longsword on your ship. The rest of you seem fine. How long will you be staying here? Kind of looks over. Let's get you docked here. Kind of leans over his shoulder and goes, what was it? Calls out to, raise the anchor, wait! And there's this like clicking beneath the whole platform as these gears click into place and these two large arms kind of swing out and underneath the Starlight Dragon, which has still had its APMs running as it has to kind of keep itself aloft. As the arms click in, he raises his hand and kind of waves over at the cockpit. Let me see if Nesden knows what he's doing. Nesden kind of gives him a nod and lowers the repellent field slowly. You feel as the weight of gravity reapplies itself to the ship and it starts lowering itself into these arms that bend and buckle a little bit under the weight. And as it does, this large stone out the back anchors itself out at a clicking angle, and each like degree that it raises, it goes probably about 15 or 20 feet, and it's solid, big hunk of granite attached to the end of a large like pine oak raising arm. And as it does, the weight slowly stabilizes, and you feel as the APMs finally turn off and the ship rests itself on the dock. Right, okay. Now that you're docked fully, how long are you planning on staying?
I'm gonna look to the party. Uh, what we feeling? Day and a half, 2 days?
I was thinking
Um,
like a day, maybe a day and a half.
Okay.
well, I was, uh, so, wait, hold on. What was your name? Hi, I'm Mia.
Hi, Mia. Let me see where it is. What notes? My name is Hesnuk Watain. I am the boatswain here at the airship's dock of
Wow,
Parnast.
I don't know how to spell that.
It's Heznuk. Here, I'll copy it for you guys. But he'll actually like spell it out for you.
But, okay, so, you said you wanted us to leave some stuff on the ship. What if the ship was leaving without us going with it, and we were gonna stay for a little bit, but then we were gonna just go through your town to the other place? So could we take them with us? Otherwise, we kind of can't get it back because the ship is leaving.
Roll me a persuasion check. Jesus, this guy. He kind of nods. He goes,
We
"That does
promise we'll be good.
looks at you and gives you a very, very like stern look, kind of rubs his bearded chin.
Surely there's a waiver we can sign.
We don't deal normally with adventurers, especially coming. You all promise not to start any trouble while you're here in the town.
Solemnly swear.
Unless, well, okay, is it unless we get attacked first? Because then I don't want to just like stand and let somebody die.
If you are attacked in the town, please call out for the city guards. They will assist you as they would assist any others. If you are forced
So
to
we
defend
can't-
yourself,
Okay.
please use diligence. He's kind of like he's not you can tell he doesn't do this conversation very often. He's used to working with nobles who come in and pay him money.
Hmm.
Kind of like looks over you. I suppose though it makes sense for you as adventurers if you are passing through to take your equipment with you. If you all promise to
Well, we do have bags of holding. Would it be better for us to put them in the bag of holding?
let's see, can he roll a fourth natural one? Does he know what his bag holding is?
That way we can have whatever we want, and you don't know.
That is
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
kind of like appraises the party a little bit and goes, so 2 days here at the dock. Let's go ahead and write you down for 3 days. That would be dock fees of 150 gold pieces. That would be payable in advance. And then if you need to stay longer, oops, I closed roll 20. If you need to stay longer, of course
None the
you
game.
can, and we can facilitate additional fares at that point.
Okay. That sounds good. They'll give our business partners to get a chance to rest because yeah, we kind of been through it. Getting here, let them get a chance to get some good food and some proper relaxation before heading
R&R.
back.
Did you know that there were giant flaming birds near your town? That was pretty cool.
You're going to want to stop by the taverns and share your stories, as our city is very
Okay.
light on news. We have seen the lights in the skies. We thought they were meteorites falling from the
No,
heaven.
that was us getting attacked.
And the birds probably dying in a giant burst of flame.
It was great.
Strange occurrences in the wild have been on the rise. He kind of like pauses himself. If you're looking for expeditionary excursions, we could offer some guides into the wild. Normally we offer such services, though as you are saying,
Well, do you have any people who know where to find caves into... Where are we going?
Underdark.
As you
Under
said
the dark.
before, Underdark. I've heard this word in passing. I don't know if I've heard of it as a place. There isn't much here. An elven nation, several hundred miles to the northwest, and that's about it.
I don't
You
think
would
we're
want to probably
going
stop
there.
at Parnast Expeditions and Adventuring Supplies, as they would have maybe some local maps of the cave networks. Be more familiar than I am, at least. I usually guide to, well, either there, or if you are looking to recover yourselves and rejuvenate, the Misty Wife is a lovely small tavern run by an older couple, friends of mine, Maria and Samuel. They have kind of like looks over the boat. They normally have rooms for enough of you, or for all of you, or would have enough rooms for all of you. A little bit light on guests at the moment, so I'm sure that they would appreciate the guests, the company. He's kind of like he's trying to find the right word for the influx of capital.
The money.
And he kind of stumbles around it and goes, they also serve a very lovely stew that they make from some of the wild goat that lives here in the mountain. If you're looking for something a little bit more lively, the Golden Tankard is the more prominent entertainment tavern here within the city. I assume at this point you all are probably stepping off of the ship and he's leading you through to where you can give him the gold for, the dock fees. He's talking while he's going about his business. You're not just like standing
Yeah.
with the gold.
I don't know if I spelled
Yeah.
that right.
Is anybody staying on the ship?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you want your adventuring party, which I believe we came up with the name for them being the Starlight Explorers, do you want them to stay on the ship or to come with you?
I mean, if we want them
This
to
is as far as they're
relax,
going, right?
yeah.
This is as far as they were commissioned to go, is to basically get to Parnast and then help Nesding get back to Erebor safely.
Yeah, I was gonna reward them with at least like a day to chill before heading back.
Okay.
As thank you.
Okay. Do you want to leave anybody on the ship then?
I would have 2 people at least be on at the time.
Yeah, just to make sure, nothing gets stolen.
As you
Who
guys
gets
are
shit duty?
kind
Yeah,
of
They
like,
can do shifts.
Yeah, rotate shifts with people guarding the ship. Yeah, I can do that. No problem.
so who would you?
Guess we'll draw lots to see who gets the first pick later.
Roll a dice.
Okay. Okay, so the explorers are getting a break, right? And 2 of you guys are going to be on watch?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is staying behind now? Is anybody staying behind now, or are all 10 of you going? Because there's 10 people on the ship. The 5 of you, the 4 explorers,
Well,
and Nesdin.
let's get everything paid for first, and then have 2 people head back.
Okay, all right. So before he leads you to the town, you'll go back to the ship and get the explorers. Got it. Okay, cool. All right. Then, as he is kind of walking you through it, he'll again, if you're looking for entertainment, the Golden Tankard, the Dire Dagger is an interesting little venue. If you're looking for something a little bit different, themed off of the seedy underbelly of the eastern or western cities of the coast. It is a moderately enjoyable experience to have dinner and a bit of a interactive show, as it were.
Interactive
Beyond-
where they steal your shit.
Do you actually say that?
Unfortunately, Mia would not know to ask that. I wish.
He will turn. Now, do you have accommodations here within the city, or within the town, or beyond it? Would you need guides to hunting lodge that you are taking accommodation in, or will you be looking for a place here within town?
Uh, I was thinking of setting up a couple of rooms for our compatriots as a thank you for working with us to get us up here. So I'll have some rooms rented for them. But I'll be back on my ship, doing you know proper maintenance checks and writing out my reports for my superiors.
Yes, that's. I see. Okay,
I mean,
very good.
I don't think we really thought about staying around much and like where we would stay because, like I said, we kind of planned to just go through, but staying at least for a night would be nice, I guess.
You watch as his demeanor has been like deflating. I mean, as Ken talks about putting up the explorers, he's smiling and happy. But you say that, and he kind of like slumps a little bit into himself. He's like, "Yes, yes, of course, of course." Well,
Can I
it's
tell why?
roll me an insight check. Okay, you continue to roll. So as you're
Gonna die
watching,
later.
he seems that he just really wants you guys to stay in the town. He wants you to take advantage of the town's luxuries and amenities, to enjoy yourself. And that when you talk about leaving it or only passing through quickly, he seems to be a little bit more.
He needs that money. He really does.
She'll move just a little bit closer to him and kind of pat him on the shoulder and just like, I'm really sorry that we can't stay longer. I mean, I wish we could, but there's there's a lot of stuff going on and possibly the end of the world and the destruction of all reality. And I think
Mia,
we really need to go take
dear,
care of that.
Mia, dear, that's
Yes.
and I gesture like just
Oh,
please.
okay. Everything's fine.
Roll me a persuasion check, deception check at disadvantage, because
Yeah, why?
he kind of like looks at you and nods and goes, "Just remember your promise, please. No trouble here in
Just
town."
just kidding.
Of course,
You have our
of
word,
course.
sir. We won't bring harm to your town. You have our word.
And then nods. Little wearier. Who pays him the 150 gold for the dock fees for 3
I don't
days?
have any.
I have exactly 150 gold on my person, minus besides the guild, our little savings account.
I
So,
can pay.
Do you
I'll
take
just pay.
credit?
You
Okay.
guys do not have to worry. Nicholas will drop down the pouch of
Thank you.
150.
Thank you. Good man. Let me actually. I've been meaning to reply to you.
Dad's paying for the trip.
Nah.
I'm pretty sure he rolled really well on his
No,
money.
Grandpa is paying for the trip.
That's
So
right.
he's like great
Great,
grandpa.
great. Yeah.
Only the gods know how old he is.
Yeah. So my thought process: get everything paid for, get the rooms ready, and then go grab them. All of us will be hanging out for a little bit just to unwind, get some food, and then our core members will start the shifts on keeping an eye on the ship.
All right. So, as Nicholas hands over the money, is quickly weighed in his hand, found to be the right amount, and you are marked as paid for your time here. Oh. Hesnick will show you back to your ship, although, Ken, you know the way back as your keen mind keeps you from getting lost. Leads you back to your ship where you can pick up the rest of your crew. The 10 of you are then led into Parnast. Where is your first stop? Now, this map is kind of close. I just want to show it to you because this is the actual map from the book.
Ooh, a book
Yeah.
map.
A book.
Using the book again.
It's far. Oh God, is the?
It's dark.
It's dark.
I could
can't
tell as
see
soon
it.
as I looked at the map, I was like, shit. It has fog of war on. I don't want to use that. Dynamic lighting off. Go. Boom.
Yay.
So, in ours,
Oh,
down
wow,
here is
small.
kind of where you emerge into what is this very small kind of city center. The roads here are trudged and like packed in mud and ice. The grassy areas are covered in a like a layer of almost permafrost snow. Like I said, the top layer has just got this like almost beautiful sheen of melted snow that's just been refrozen overnight. And you can see, places where people have taken shortcuts through the cold with leaving footprints behind. As you step into the town, you can find this kind of centralized city center, this town center, and everything that he had mentioned is pretty much just right around you. The town is actually very small. It's only these few buildings, and then as it stretches out, there are roads that kind of peter out and have homes that look like they were rough hewn from the pine and tall trees that make up this mountainside village. That just sort of sparse out like tendrils across the side of the mountain, but it's very organically built into the mountain itself. There are a few fields growing winter wheats and other cold weather crops, but not a lot. And the people that are out in the streets look happy and taken care of, but as you walk through the town, your group of 10, it's obvious to the insightful among you that new blood here in Parnast is something to talk about. As you kind of come in, there are kids that see you guys walking up the trail and into this town center area and go running off to go tell of visitors so that the people that sell their wares can set up the various little kitschy shops along this town square. Right now, it's pretty barren. There's only a set of look like town guards kind of standing around the center
They're talking around the water cooler.
They're talking around the water coolers, exactly.
Then, as soon as they see us, they start bursting into song. Bonjour, bonjour.
As they see you approaching, they kind of stand up straighter and look at each other and like give a nod and start to get back to their patrols. That like hot slacking response. All right, so here, the Golden Tankard is this building here. The larger, so like this building is tall. It's like 3 stories tall, and this one is the Misty Wife. Across the way over, where's the little marker for it? It's back here is the Dire Dagger, and you can kind of see like a sign off this way that has Dire Dagger this way if you dare kind of scribbled on it. It's all very well maintained, but it has kind of a theme park feel to it.
Yeah. It's like a Disney World-y kind of town.
There is a small smithies
Almost.
that is over here that you can hear that constant clank of metalwork coming from.
Ting.
And
That reminds me of something.
Oh boy.
there's a stables that is, I'm just gonna finish giving you guys the rundown before you tell me where you're going. A stable
Yeah,
down
yeah.
here, and then this building here, this very large building up at the top, you can see has an anagram title on it that just says PEAS, Parnast Expedition and Adventuring Supplies.
This one? The brown one or the big one?
The big one.
The big. It says P. Hold on. PE.
It says
EA
Peas.
Sports. It's in the games.
Peas.
Peas.
And then let me, while you guys.
Peas.
So as you step into the town, your companions following behind you, you merge into this town square, and where are we going?
He said there was a fun tavern. Can we go to the fun tavern, Ken?
By Fun Tavern, you're talking about the Dire Dagger, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's get our friends their rooms so they can relax, because I'm sure they need to recover after the rock attack. And let me stop by the little adventuring shop, and then we can go to the Dire Dagger. So just hold on for a little bit longer.
I can just imagine Ken holding Mia with like a leash, like parents with their kids at Disneyland.
It's just this rope climbing, just softly, like gently. But
And
no,
then
no, no.
secretly clipping a really tall balloon just so we know
Yeah.
where she is.
Yeah.
If found, return to Ken.
Give me 1 second. My dog needs dinner. She is going crazy.
Oh, nuts. Sky, be good.
So yeah, if anyone forgot supplies and they just now remember them, we can hopefully get them.
Right?
Well,
We got
my
one more
thing
step
is-
before we
Yeah.
go
My thing is, I can't remember if before we left, I can't remember if I bought another pair of goggles a night outright or bought the materials to make them.
I think
I can't remember
Right.
which.
I know
bought
you were talking
materials.
about it. Yeah,
Okay, so I bought the materials so I can just make them.
I think
Uh,
so.
Okay,
Sounds
cool.
right.
All right. Just wanted to make sure.
But I also wouldn't mind seeing what they have at Peas.
Yeah.
Peas.
Peas.
All right. Sky now has food. You can eat. Go ahead. Go on. Okay. So heading first to secure rooms at the Misty Wife. There. Is that what this is? Is a Misty Wife?
Yeah, I tried to. It's supposed to be like a ghost, but I kind of fucked up, and then I didn't care.
I don't know why, but that reminds me of a platypus.
Sure, it's a platypus.
It's a
Now.
platypus. All right. As you step in, it is it's not a large tavern. So like the first floor is mostly set up as almost like a hotel atrium. As you come in, there's a countertop with a young or an older half-elven man sitting behind the counter, like looking down at a book, half monocled glasses on his face, and there's like a door off to the left that's open, and you can see that there's a setup of like a dining room, like a small tavern, and then there are stairs that go up to the right. And as you step in your crew of 10 into this actually small kind of atrium with 10 people in it, he kind of looks up from his book and goes, "Oh, welcome. I had heard that there were new visitors to our town. How can I help you tonight? Or today, I guess. It's still early, isn't it?"
Ken?
Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Is he
Okay.
doing is he doing his introductory spill?
Yeah, he was just wondering how he could help this evening.
Okay,
If Ted
hi.
has entered the tavern.
My name's Ken Silverlight. I am a member of the Sword Coast Adventuring Guild. I like to set up some rooms for my friends here, so they can get some proper rest and relaxation as a thank you from us. I'll turn back to the explorers and like, how you guys want to set it up? Just 2 rooms, one for the guys, one for the gals.
Kind of looks over the others and works for me. I'm really just fine with accommodations that are safe and warm.
Include a roof.
Nesden kind of leans forward and whispers in your ear, "Would you mind if I had my own room? I just sleep better alone. Given the events of the last few days, it'd be nice to have a little bit of privacy."
Touche. Okay. Make that 3 rooms. 2 for groups and 1 for a single.
One for the wizard.
Very good. And now our rooms normally they can accommodate 2. You could fit as many as you are comfortable with in there. But what about the rest of you? Do 3 rooms for your group?
We're good. We'll be in and out on our ship because we gotta be doing we're taking turns doing maintenance and
I see.
writing up reports. So our core group is fine. I just want to get them some rooms for rest.
Very good. Well, 3 rooms at 10 gold per night. How long will they be staying?
Day and a half, right?
Yeah.
2 nights stay. That would be a total of 60 gold pieces.
All right, I'm paying for this one.
Traffer
Right,
kind of looks down
okay,
at you and
later.
nods. Thank you. It's appreciated taking care of us like that.
Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, this is the least I can do.
Now, I don't want to impose, and I'm willing to pay my party's way. Are we invited to the Dire Dagger?
Yeah, man, come on.
I was getting some mixed signals with the whole instructions of where we were all going.
Here's your other rooms, and we're gonna go to the fun rooms.
Because that does sound kind of interesting, you know? Yeah. I'm intrigued.
I mean, yeah, I
You
mean,
get to hang out with us.
Yeah.
Good. At least for the next couple days, and then we can say our farewells.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So you secure rooms. The rooms they're not big, but they're comfortable and they're well maintained. The beds are covered in comforters and sheets, and then there's a rack of fur pelts on the wall for just making the biggest, coziest bed. The windows here can just open, and you can tell that's how most people keep their houses comfortable in the city, is they just keep their windows cracked or opened, and then close them during the day when the sun can just beat. It's Flagstaff.
Right. Essentially.
So it's very cozy. There are like little pipe protrusions that seem to come out of the ground, and as you get closer to it, there's warmth running up through it from the furnaces in the kitchens below. So there's some sort of like internal heating to the rooms that keeps this constantly fluctuating cold and warm temperature. It's comforting, and it's unique to that kind of mountain town experience. All right, go outside, Sky. All right, well, then back off. After showing you guys the rooms, the Starlight Explorers put down their equipment and gear. They did leave their weapons on the ship, as they don't have prominently magical weapons and can't hide them easily, so they just find to not cause any trouble. They didn't really need them. I'm going with you guys. But after that, it is probably getting to be late afternoon, early dusk. Your stomachs are rumbling.
You gotta go to Peas first.
Gotta go to Peas first.
Can I go to peas?
All right. Peas first. You gotta go do your shopping first, and then you can go do dinner. All right. So, are you gonna leave the explorers here? Should we stay behind and let you get your supplies figured out? Maybe we could.
Do you need anything at the store?
No, but I wonder if they could draw us a bath here.
That would be a question for someone else.
Yes. If you don't need us, I'm going to investigate that. And he kind of looks over at Zolbart, and he goes, for no particular reason.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stay here. The 5 of you are going to.
Well,
You
Peas-
dragged Todd out. Okay, I was like, I don't remember giving you your Todd token.
That is
okay.
Todd hiding under the hat.
On top of your token, covering your entire token.
Yes, he is Big Toad.
Hey,
Big Toad
I
on
made
little
him
man.
smaller than you, but
Not by
very
much.
small, and I couldn't make him much smaller without being able to tell what he was. You leave behind the explorers and Nesdin, who has quickly found himself asleep in his big warm bed, taking an afternoon nap
Fair.
luxuriously on the ground. You step out into the crisp mountain air of Parnast and head to the nearby store called Peas.
Peas.
Stepping in the front door, have any of you ever been to like an outdoor world where there's like a big like climbing wall in the middle of the store that you can see from every angle, and there's just like the mannequins of people in gear like climbing up it?
REI.
Yeah, like an REI. That's essentially what it is.
I was about to say, does Cabela's count? Because I've been to a Cabela's before.
I don't know what that is.
Yes, all of they're literally the
Or
same stores,
Sheila.
just regional differences.
Oh,
Okay.
okay then.
And they're different owners, but it's the same idea. Stepping in, it is just racks of warm coats, scarves, gloves, boots of all sizes, pitons, climbing equipment, mining picks. There are counters that have what look like scrolled maps rolled up and on display in them, but behind a glass counter. And there are a number, about 3 employees that, as you step in, look like they were pretty bored. And as you walked in the door, they all perked up. 2 half-elves and a human, all of them seeming like they're in their late teens, early 20s. 2 men, 1 woman. I'm just making them up in my head as I go. And as you step in, the youngest of them, a young boy, probably looks like he's about 17, steps towards you guys and goes, "Welcome to Parnast Expedition and Adventuring Supplies. What can we do for you guys today?" Yes, that is the acronym. And it's pretty clever, right?
Sure.
Give Peas a
Not-
chance.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
just give,
Give Peas a chance.
just give Peas a chance. How can we help you guys? What are you looking to do?
We'll take a look at the more detailed maps of the area.
Sure. We've got quite a few of the surrounding mountains. They show some of the more prominent game trail and hiking trails that have been carved out by our expeditionary forces. Come on over here. And he kind of leads you over to the counter. Do you have any idea of where you're looking to explore on your trip here?
Without like showing like my version of the map, I'll like analyze where the suspected entryway points are to the Underdark.
Okay. He
And I'll
presents
like,
you. Oh, go ahead.
and then I'm like, I want to go over here.
For no reason.
Just because, yeah.
He presents
fun.
you with a well-used map that's not printed, but seems to be inked on a very nice piece of like vellum. It's a map of Parnast and the surrounding territories, not much more detailed than your world map, but only in that small section. As you kind of motion over there, he kind of like reels his head back and goes, "No, I mean, you can. It gets real dangerous out there. West. You want to go west. You don't want to go east. This is
No,
bad
we want
place."
to go east.
Yeah, we kind of want to go east,
We
and I
need
assure
to
you,
go
sir,
east.
we can protect ourselves pretty well.
He looks over your
I mean, I'm not
party.
trying to, sound cocky or anything. This is just experience talking.
Right. Sure. Okay, so around here. Right. Okay, so all right. So if you're looking at over here, that would be the Nipidan Peaks. I do have. Hold on. He kind of like reaches down into his little cabinet and pulls out another parchment map. You have this one that kind of shows some of the rougher trails to get to the mountain, as well as, yeah, there is. Kind of like starts pointing at it, and he shows you this map, a topographical map of a single mountain and surrounding mountain ranges, and he motions like, Ken, roll me a nature check while you're looking at it, and anybody with nature proficiency you can also roll to help or offer him advantage. But he's kind of like pointing at the various
offer
points
advantage.
on it.
I
Okay.
don't have proficiency, but I do have a +6, so.
Hey, it's not a 1.
It's not a 1. Okay, looking at it, there are some correlations between the topographical maps that you were provided by Emily, the Cartography Guild. God, I can never get that word out. Cartography Guild in Baldur's Gate. Looks like this mountain has 2 of the possible entrances on it, or this series of peaks. It's really like 5 mountains that are all kind of spiking off of each other. It at the very edge of this map, you think maybe the other one, the one that was marked as closest. I'm going to move you guys to the world map so you can see where you are. So right now we're over here, and you were marked. You were given 3 possible locations. There's this one mountain kind of in the lower pass between the Nipitan Peaks, which you can now identify as these, and this lower mountain to like the northwest. There was a described entrance between those in a valley. This was kind of described as being deep within the cluster, like the heart of the mountain spires. And then this one was it was at the base, where the mountain range starts to give way into the hilly lands before giving way into more mountains as the elevation declines further and further. That's how they were described, because it was all written word kind of being quickly interpreted by like professionals. And with a 13, you're pretty sure that this map would at least guide you to those 2, but you're not sure whether or not this map would have the trails to get you to the first one.
Which means that's the one we want. Right?
Or I should say the closest one. I marked them as 1, 2, and 3 to remember which ones they are, but it's just the closest one to Parnast.
Okay. So yeah, I guess whichever gets us. Was that you said the first one would be the?
Yeah. So the map that he has right now is. Are you looking at the world map?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to the east of Parnast, there's this like this mountain range that looks like it's 5 mountains that are all kind of like spiking up and around each other.
Right.
That's the Nippodon Peaks, and that's the map he has, and it kind of shows it's like a top-down topographical map of it. So you see these concentric circles of the 5 peaks, and some possible like markings of game trail, river trails, things like that that naturally occur on the mountains that could be relied upon to still be there. But the other marker here, it doesn't look like that one is included on that map, as it's kind of in the valley between that and the neighboring mountain.
Okay. I guess we should go with the locales that has more data on them. So
And all of this is just what's going on in your mind, because he doesn't really know where you're looking. You just sort of vaguely pointed, and this is just the first map. He could have other maps. He just doesn't know exactly where you're going.
okay. So I'll, without, going into the whole grave importance bit, I'll tell them where exactly where we're heading to, and see if they don't have a map on those locations.
Okay, right. So you refine your descriptions a little bit, and he nods and goes, "Okay, well, this map will work for these. I do have one, the Grim Hillside. It's just this large stony mountain. I mean, you could probably see it from the edge of town. I think I have 4. Yeah, here. Okay, there's this one. Now, getting down, you'll need," and he kind of like reaches behind him for. It's a stack of what look like reprinted maps, like commonly copied maps. You're gonna need this one to get down out of the city.
Gonna sell us just like 18 maps.
Or I can memorize them all and not have to worry about it.
As he lays them out in front of you, he kind of like shows you, all right, so we're here. It looks like this one would pick up over here, and then you can follow this map. Okay, all right, so these 3 should, he scoops them and kind of rolls them up, should get you guys to where you're going. Now, we do offer like Sherpa services, but normally our expeditions go to the east, or the west. I'm getting it all mixed up today. The west. We don't really offer very many professional expeditions to the east. Will you be hiring any guides to assist you on your journey?
As tempting as that is, I don't think we will.
We would definitely just be putting people in danger needlessly.
Don't
Right.
say that.
I was required by company policy to offer. Thank you.
Unless you want to come with us.
No.
I mean,
Mia, they are just, let them do their jobs. They are fine right here where they are.
Yeah.
We can take care of us.
But it might be fun.
I'm sure it will
Well,
be, sweetie, but
Everyone has different definitions of fun, Mia.
okay.
Ours include dragons.
Let's see. So we have. Wait, did you say dragons?
no,
No, wait, I'm gonna. Sorry, it's just we heard. I heard stories not long ago of dragon attacks in the cities, and then honestly, we haven't really heard much since then. So,
I mean, yeah, there were, but they were settled, taken care of.
dragons actually attacking towns. Oh, cool. Okay.
Definitely won't have any over here. It's fine.
Kind of nods, like, right. Oh, I'm just. Never mind. Okay, so map. Okay, so here's the thing. The map you're looking for, this one in particular, Nippon Peaks, is rather pricey as it's one of our more rare artifacts. That one would be 50 gold pieces. The Grim Hillside map will be an additional 25, and if you get both of those, I'll just throw in the Parnass map for free, because I feel like that would be fair, right?
I just look over to Ken.
How much for everything then?
75 gold pieces?
For a bunch of maps.
For the
Can-
knowledge to get you where you're going safely.
For
Can
3 now.
Would I remember
can
any of the
our
trails?
navigator really quickly assess these maps? Can he take a peek to make sure they're sound and up to snuff for the task that we require them?
Said Oni wanted to?
No, I'm suggesting to him, can Ken look at them? Because Ken just needs to look at them to memorize them. We don't fucking need to buy these maps. But I don't want to be like, gonna download a car here,
Yeah. Roll me a persuasion check from Oni.
Can I see if they're any good? Looks at them. No, no good. No. We don't need them.
I was gonna say, does Nicholas remember any of the trails from when he last visited?
Nothing that would still be relevant, because it all
Okay.
changes, it doesn't
That's fair.
change too substantially, but the game trails and things.
That's fair.
Yeah. But go ahead, roll me a persuasion, and let's see if he'll let.
I'm gonna add
Cool.
flash to this roll.
It'll be just a second because my laptop's acting up.
Oh,
So,
no,
hang
yeah,
on
it was
one
coming from
moment.
Oni, because Oni made the request, and you definitely got the best look at this mountain. Like, you studied this pretty well, in what he showed you. So you have a pretty good gauge where if you could get to the base of this peak, you'd be pretty on map. But the other two kind of came up quicker because once he had figured out where you were going, he worked on getting you a path made. So that's what he was supposed to do.
Very well. Good luck, everybody. It's probably gonna be a second because I don't know what is going on with my laptop right
I was
now.
gonna say I could just use important and give you a good roll.
If you want to.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
give him a 7.
Feel
I'll
free.
give
I've
him a
got,
17.
I've got a hot 1 in persuasion, so there's a good chance this is gonna come up as like single digits.
Yeah, I'm glad I said important then.
So 8.
18.
Yeah, 18. Sure. Here, I mean, since you're not going to be taking a guide with you, have any of you done any long distance mountain hiking, exploration, like this kind of stuff?
Me? Technically?
Okay. Okay, then you'll be
pretty-
familiar with
yeah.
this a little bit. And he'll show you the maps long enough for Ken to memorize the path if you want.
Hell yeah, dude. The save 75 gold, which in the grand scheme of things really isn't a lot to us anymore, but you know what? We don't need to spend
But
75 gold on 3
gold
pieces
on
of map.
maps is
Yeah.
expensive.
It's like handmade stuff. Like somebody's literally spending the time to draw it and using materials to do it. So,
Yeah, but we don't really need it.
I know, but like, put it into perspective, guys. Come on.
I was
That's
gonna
still like
actually-
$750.
I was gonna ask a question because my tome can magically write notes in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have it write the copy paste the map? Because it can write stuff that I'm looking at. That's for you to decide.
You just flip it upside down, lay it on it like a photocopier, and it just makes a copy.
Oh my! Okay. I like the idea of it being able to do something similar to that, where you can copy images, and because sometimes you have to transcribe like glyphs and things like that. However, it is a very obviously magical process, and I will say that the process of doing it
We
requires
might
you to have
not
a map
like you to do
next to
that.
your book, and you literally like wave your hand and magically copy it
Okay.
to your book. So it's
You'd
obviously
be down for
happening.
that.
But yes, I will let your book be capable of doing that because I think your tome is cool.
Yeah,
So
let's
Can I
just,
I don't know
just
if you would
copy
allow
all of your
that.
shit?
yeah, let me memorize it, and then I'll if they got like if they got something like the equivalent of a tip jar, I'll leave them some cash as a thank you.
So he spends about 10 minutes working with you, kind of showing you how the maps connect and where they, where you can find one range leading into another, and how the paths intersect, and goes over like the details of how to read a topographical map and to find the right paths based off of that. After the 10 minutes, he kind of goes, okay, all right, so let me go ahead, roll these back up for you guys. Now, did you have any, do you have any need for cold weather camping equipment? Do you have tents that can withstand freezing temperatures? Because where you're going, there could be, it gets cold at night. Are you dressed for the warmth? Is this kind of vaguely looks over your party of Eris and Mia, who are not particularly clothed? He goes, are you guys equipped for the cold?
I
Because we
think
have
fine.
we have parkas, we have gloves, boots, climbing equipment, which could come in handy at some of those steeper points that I was pointing out earlier. All of that could be set up for you guys, as well as some backpacks to carry it all in. What do you say?
Mm, out of off table. Rory, you have what's it called? Liam's tiny hut.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Isn't it like what? Isn't it weather resistant or weatherproof?
This
It
is
is.
Lighten lore.
Would
Sorry.
It should
it
be.
makes a comfortable dome that you live within. The weather inside the dome is just perfect and dry and
Comfortable
warm.
and dry,
Yep.
regardless of the weather outside.
All right, don't need tents.
I also have Private Sanctum. I know it's not like the same, but it can still be useful.
That you also have to cast over like one place. Like it doesn't move with us, I guess. But
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
yeah.
And it's the same with Liamon's, where it doesn't move with us, but
yeah,
it's just extra
we
protection
could
if
do
we
both,
need
I
it.
guess. Yeah. If you think anyone's trying to like spy
Spy
on
on
us,
us.
yeah. Which probably, honestly.
I mean, I already have a non-detection thing going on right now. I think it only covers me. It wouldn't cover everyone else, would it?
Probably not.
Yeah.
What if one of us carries you on our shoulders? Would it then cover you and the person?
Are
I
you
don't-
wearing Nicholas?
Yeah, exactly.
as a
He
backpack.
he can become a mantle for us, like instead of a cape, it's the little tiny gnome
Oh
wizard.
Now I know it hasn't been brought up like almost at all. Weather conditions. If we're like in a cold place like that, we're gonna be rolling con saves.
I mean,
If
if
we
you're
don't
doing
bundle.
physical activity and you're not wearing warm clothes, yeah, the cold can definitely take an effect
Yeah,
on you.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I said, I'm just rocking the black t-shirt and the cargo pants, so I'm probably gonna be wearing a parka.
And
If
then
I'm not
your
wearing
metal armor.
Your armor
Yeah.
will provide a little bit, but yeah, not because it's metal, but it's got like cloth and leather padding on the insides and stuff like that to make it more
I was gonna
comfortable.
say
to wear.
when metal gets cold, it gets cold.
Really cold.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. I know
Oh.
Nicholas will be buying winter clothing because he doesn't want to be cold.
Yeah, I'll probably buy like a medium weight coat for Ken.
I will too,
Right.
just so I can stay cozy.
Yeah, I'm at least gonna buy a parka for sure.
Okay. So we'll just call it cold weather clothing for everybody. Mia, are you going to join everybody in getting something to wear in the mountains?
If they tell her to.
Mia, get
Yes.
something cold to wear.
Yes.
Something warm to wear. I'm sorry.
Get
Get something cold to wear so you can
cold to wear.
freeze.
Yay!
5 parkas at 10 gold a piece. That's another. Okay. Now, how about climbing gear? Like-
we're good on climbing gear.
Yeah,
We
I
already
don't think we really need those.
I know, Ken, you picked up some in Eriabor, right?
I think the idea was discussed, but then we're just like, hey, we have ropes of climbing and we can fly. So
Yeah.
Most of us can fly.
Gotcha.
Fly or teleport.
Oh, well, I mean, those are definitely solutions to magical solutions to a Monday problem. Okay. Well, let's see the coats, the maps.
Plus, Nicholas would fall off if he tried to climb.
Let's see what else
I
would
mean,
they
yeah, you would.
have.
-2 to strength.
Rations? How are you guys on hiking food? Do you have trail rations? We have some stuff that gets made by a couple of the local bakers here in town. We still have some that are good. They usually last for a long time.
we stocked up prior to departing our home, so we're good on that. But I definitely appreciate the recommendation.
All right. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get all of this bundled
Do they have a
up.
compass?
We do have a compass, yes. As well as.
Yeah, we do have a compass. Me.
That
I didn't
is
say
fair.
that out loud. I didn't say that out loud.
That is fair.
Right. Like none of us,
Yeah.
none
Did
of
you
us
want me to throw
know
Ken?
anymore except for Aerith.
What about telescope or binocular?
We do
Oh,
I
have
think-
binoculars
now
as
we're
well.
talking.
I thought Ken.
Didn't
Oh,
already
you
buy
wanted
one
to
of
buy
those?
a spyglass.
Yeah, but I
I
forgot.
thought you did. No, you forgot? Okay.
I know I forgot. I forgot to buy one.
Well, hey, that perfect opportunity. Get you one now.
Yeah, let me get some binoculars.
A spyglass,
Do you
binoculars.
have anything that's good for going under the dark?
Does he know?
Do they have like a self-dimming lantern that
Why
you can
would
like adjust the brightness?
go to the Underdark? So he kind of like looks between Mia. His eyes kind of like still trailing on her, and trying to wrap his mind around why someone would go to the Underdark. And he looks over. Maybe. I think we had a lantern of revealing at one point. It was one of our more. It was
I
used
bought
by
a
our-
gem that gets real bright. Is that good?
I don't know.
Oh, so that's one of the things you bought.
She'll turn to she'll turn to Nicholas and pull out a little gem and then like hold it up to his face and it gets extremely bright. Yes.
Oh, yes, that will work. Thank you. Very kind of you.
Okay. All right. So, now the. All right, binoculars, spyglasses, in the D&D universe. Would you believe that a spyglass in the D&D universe is 1,000 gold pieces?
Oh my god.
They
Probably
have
because
not,
of the
they have not
lens.
they have not really refined that technique, huh?
Yeah,
God,
lenses are really expensive.
So
They just made one. What the fuck?
they do have them. The binoculars here, they won't have. I mean, it still gives the same benefit, but they're like binoculars. They're 100 gold because I think that's a little bit more of a reasonable price for something that's refined like that. But they are now the most expensive thing on your shopping cart. Are your binoculars at 100 gold? The compass is 5 gold. That's cheap because a piece of magnetized metal on a wheel or on a spinning pin is low tech. That's easy, but getting the lenses and you look at them, they're solidly crafted. They're well made. And getting lenses to be able to refract light at that concave, right angle. It's expensive.
Well, I guess
1,000 gold. Pirates fucking their stock just shot up immensely.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. And that's out of the DM's guide. That's the price. It's one of the few items that has
Right?
a price in the DM's guide.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, I might have to. We might have to charge this to the card, y'all.
Can
Do you
can we do that out here? Do they
credit?
have do they have? Did we see any indication that there's any sort of guild base here when we came in?
You haven't seen anything, and Oni's pretty observant, takes it all in. What you've seen of the town is pretty much the town, and there are no guild halls. The people here also dress nicer than a lot of the other places you visited. They just seem like higher class, and you would assume that being so removed, there's no adventurer presence here because they don't here. This is probably the closest that happens to an adventurer presence, and that's more of like adventure in the grand sense of I'm gonna go hike a mountain.
I was gonna
Rich people
say,
adventures,
10 feet
you know.
takes 10 feet up the mountain. All right, that's enough.
Oh
You're
my,
done.
these adventurers, they have such difficult lives. Who would choose to do this? They must all be fools. So,
I was gonna say I have plenty of money on me if that's issue.
I have a couple coins left too. If you want them, Ken.
Yeah, I also have like 430 platinum still. So
I've got
if that's
9
something you want,
gold.
we if the spyglass is what you want, between the three of us, I think we can hook
I
you up.
think
It's
I
just
think we. I mean,
wild that it was 1,000 gold. We've been taken for granted because we got all these like dope magical items that something as mundane as a telescope is like cutting edge technology for them.
like I said, I'm making them 100 gold because I feel like that's a little bit more reasonable. But that's literally like, okay, well you could either have 2 magical drinks that could bring you back from the
Will
very
you?
brink of death itself,
Or a
or
telescope
a telescope.
to look at things far
So,
away.
all right, so maps, parkas, binoculars, compass. You guys are good on food. You say you got tents all situated. All right, that will put your total at 230 gold pieces today.
What about
Oh.
the dark stuff?
Dark.
Like to something that would be good for going under the dark.
Oh, I thought that you showed him the light and he was.
Well, we have the light, but like anything else that might help?
Oh no, I mean, from what I know of the Underdark, it is like climbing a mountain in reverse. Okay, so you're falling a lot,
Climbing
and anything that can
down a
stop
mountain.
that, ropes, pitons, climbing equipment, it's all going to be useful.
Like to
Any-
fly, is that okay?
I mean, I assume that if you can fly, falling isn't a problem, but normally,
Not usually.
flight has some limitations. If
I don't think so.
Flying is just falling in style.
if you're working with those limitations, it could be good to have a few extra cords of rope or any other climbing equipment, but I leave that up to your guys' discretion.
How many of us can see in the dark?
Well, I have two. Well, I have 2 pairs of goggles a night. I'm using one, obviously. I got a pair because I think.
Out of the things I can do, the scene in the dark is not one of them.
Okay.
Wow.
Give me
So
a
I made
pair
the-
of goggles.
Okay, I made the right call.
Can
So,
see the very
okay.
threads of reality, but can't
Yup,
see
right?
in the dark.
Yeah.
Alright, so I guess tonight I can get started on building these goggles at night for Mia. So you'll be good in that field.
Cool.
I just really don't see. I say this, and then we're gonna get into a situation where, damn, we could have really bought that climbing equipment, huh?
Probably.
I
Ah,
just
damn
wanted to
it.
put this out there. I know that you've got winged boots,
Burma flying.
brooms of flying.
Rope
can
and
fly.
magic carpet. I could have swore one of us had a magic carpet.
I think you were
Not
given
for
a
a
magic
long
carpet, but
time.
you
Yeah, that was a
you've lost
long
it.
time
Yeah.
ago.
Anything that has a time limitation, like boots of flying, you might run out of flight time. honestly, you're going to be looking at these hikes. These are multi-day hikes through the mountains. It's going to probably take you a day to get down off of the mountain that Parnast is on, at least, and then another day to get to any of these cave networks. And then getting from one to the next could take anywhere from 1 to 2 or 3 days, depending on weather and the climb. So if all you
Okay.
have are 4 hours, you
Yeah,
might
no, we're
run.
buying. Yeah, we're buying
Yeah.
climbing equipment. I'm not
Okay.
gonna risk that shit.
All right.
I
Well,
will say, you guys might have to lug up Nicholas because he can't climb or shit.
I can carry probably one person.
My
Well, luckily,
broom
I am
can
half-sized.
technically have 2 people. It'll just be slightly slower. But I think with Nicholas it might be doable.
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
It's just
I
a
think
little-
it should be fine with Nick. If it was like Ken trying to ride side saddle with you, then it might be an issue with all his armor and
Right.
whatnot.
Or remember Aureus being a
Aureus.
massive fucker.
But
Right. That
All
might
right,
be a little bit more of a problem.
So let's get you 2 cords of rope, 2 sets of pitons, hammer. We'll get you some attachments to your boots as well. So that'll put us at a total of 255 gold pieces, 25 for climbing equipment and rope.
Do we want snowshoes? Or like what are they called? The giant like things you put on the bottom of your shoes that are really wide, so you can walk on
Snowshoes.
snow without sinking. Oh, there's
Snowshoes.
not. Okay, never mind. I was
Yeah, they look
right.
like tennis rackets. Yeah. I mean,
That's right.
we do sell them, and they can be attached to any size boot. You know,
Even small ones?
even small ones. A lot of what you're going to be doing is going to be more mountainous. There will be a couple places that it could help, but not a lot of deep snow drifts. Mostly here, kind of like in the valley between Grim Hillside and the Nipiton Peaks.
Okay.
It's
if you want,
fine. We'll
they're
carry
2
you
gold.
over the snow.
They're 2 gold per pair, and like I said, they just attach to the bottom of any boot. It takes about 10 minutes to put them on, about the same to take it off. You don't walk as fast with them on, but you don't sink in the snow either.
Yeah, better to have and not need, right?
I mean,
Mm.
that's usually the best motto when you're going out into the deep wilderness like this. Especially, I kind of like
I'm sure
giving
it'll be
this over
fine.
you all. Do you all have backpacks to carry this stuff in?
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Ken has backpack. It's fine.
The wonderful benefits of bags of holding.
Ah, okay, yeah. Well, then, absolutely. Especially if space isn't necessarily an issue. Having it and not needing it is definitely preferable to needing it and not having it, right?
yes, for sure.
All right, so let me go ahead and get you guys 5 pair of snowshoes as well.
I don't need any. I'm fine.
4 pair of snowshoes as well. So that puts us at a total of 283 gold pieces now.
Okay. All right. I got 90
How much
gold
were the
left.
snowshoes each?
2 gold.
Okay, I've already knocked off my 12 gold then for the parka and the snowshoes.
So that would be 271 remaining.
Mia will just hand Ken like a handful of coins.
How much
Oh,
did you
okay.
give him?
I'll just pick out enough
Hold on.
to
Let me.
pay the rest. If
I'm
there's
just gonna
enough.
roll it. 100. How many did I give you? 50 platinum.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Lord.
more than enough. Thank you, Mia. And I like give her a little head pats. Thank you, Mia. I appreciate it.
So 27 of those, or if you want to tip him, 28. But 27
Yeah,
would leave you short of 1 gold.
Yeah, I'll tip them. Cause
All right. Well, let's go ahead and you'll kind of like box up your maps, hand those to you just in case you need them. Everybody has their parkas on. Good, good. Okay. He'll kind of like hand you the snowshoes and like, for your magical bags, and I think we're set, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in to Peas and for giving Peas a chance. We greatly appreciate your business and hope to see you guys again soon. Just remember, those eastern mountains, as you get closer and closer to the ridge, they get more and more dangerous. And recently we've been seeing strange lights in the sky, um, odd earthquakes occasionally. So just keep on your toes and make sure you come back, okay?
It's okay. We're gonna take care of it.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, bye.
Good luck with that. And kind of like looks over at his two coworkers who have both, while you guys were doing this with the one attendant, his two coworkers have just kind of been bringing equipment, bringing gear as he needs it, helping out, and then kind of just stepping into the background and watching with a smile on their face as he's getting like talked around and everything's happening. But as you leave, there's
Were they selling it at overpriced?
oh yeah, they definitely
Oh,
charge.
absolutely.
Yeah,
way
that's
too
This
what
is this is like a tourist trap. Like
We
all
also
the rich
bought-
people who on vacation are out here, so they're going to make their money.
You spend almost
We
300 gold
also-
on non-magical stuff. They
Yeah,
definitely
Yeah.
robbed
he
you.
also definitely sold us the maps, even though we had planned not to buy them. But
He's
you
a
know.
good salesman. He knows what he's doing.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Nope, he was forcing Ken. Anyway, you guys head out into Parnast, back into the town square itself. Your goods placed within bags of holdings. Make sure you add that stuff to the inventories so that you guys remember you have them, just in case.
Cold weather clothing, climbing gear.
Yep.
Cold weather clothing. Climbing gear.
It's like we're on a mountain vacation, gang. What's up?
um,
Yeah, just a mountain that was like one of the most dangerous places on Earth. For Faerun, nothing could go wrong.
Perfect. Okay. Heading back into the city, you gather up the explorers from their inn rooms. They have made themselves quite comfortable. Avoided going down to the Furiette and Zilbert are in the tavern, but they're just pre-gaming. They both have a stein of something in their hand and are just kind of drinking while they talk softly to each other. You get Traffer and Mithair and Nesden, and the 10 of you head across the way to the
Fun
Dire
tavern.
Dagger. Okay. Now, I thought of this today while making my prep work, and I thought of the shtick of it without actually thinking of the mechanics of it. So as you enter, you step into this dark, dimly lit space. It's warm and quiet, and there's like faint sounds of clattering in the distance. You're in like a small atrium kind of entryway, and as you step in, you immediately don't see anybody around you. As I roll, what is everyone's passive perceptions?
That's a good question.
17.
Mine is
12.
25.
5. Oni, without missing it, you feel the currents in the air move as a shadow drifts out from an unseen space, a corner that had been obscured by the dimly lit, flickering candles of this area and the curtained walls. And as you feel it, she steps into view, kind of right behind everybody. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Dire Dagger.
Yeah.
As her voice causes the explorers to jump, turn around. I hope you are all ready for a exciting evening. 10 in your party tonight. we can certainly seat so many. If you would give me but a moment to get a table ready for you.
Yes, please.
She
This
gives
is
you
so
like a sneering smile and like bows and then backs away, and then there's, let's see, could she roll? Nope.
cool.
She steps into the curtain, and you see as the curtain gets tight, she goes, shit, fuck, oh, shit. She rolls a natural 1 on her stealth check to stealth away from you guys.
I was gonna say nobody's probably the only one that could stealth away from Oni.
I mean, she has a +9. It was possible. She rolled a 22.
Close.
A few moments later, you guys are left in this very dark, kind of quiet space. It's almost unsettling and a bit unnerving, just the faint sound of crackling magical fire before once again the curtains brush, and this time out of a different space in the room, 2 doors creak open slowly, and you hear her, "We are ready at any time. Follow my voice into the shadows."
I don't know how well that works when some of us have dark vision.
It's a shtick,
Yeah,
man.
let's go.
She's just doing a shtick.
Mia runs after her.
Heading into the tavern itself, you pass through what Aerith recognizes as a magical darkness bubble that is kind of just permanently cast there on the entryway into the tavern, obscuring any sight from the atrium into the tavern itself. It's still pretty quiet. There's the soft clatter of silverware, of other patrons eating, and the murmur of conversation. A couple of entertainers play a soft tune on like a violin and a flute that just fills the area with a nice eerie kind of ambiance. And as she leads you through, she leads you to a large table that is really just 3 tables smashed together with table or seats set up around. And please take a seat wherever you would like, and our servers will be with you soon, whether you expect it or not. She backs away. To avoid having to roleplay an entire dinner, you guys are served. It's essentially dinner theater. They don't try to rob you. I mean, they do with the prices of the dinner theater, but it's mostly like an ambiance type situation. It has this very like seedy underbelly kind of feel to it. Have you guys ever been to Roadkill Cafe?
No.
I don't know what that is.
I've heard of it. I haven't actually been to it though.
I think it's like a northeastern thing. It's just a theme restaurant, but it's all like all the meals and stuff are themed around roadkill. So it's like, you know, a steak is like a flattened squirrel or something like that. And it's all similar. It's like, you know, the ribs are the baby backstab ribs, that kind of stuff. It's all overpriced. It's all sticky as hell, and it's actually really tasty. Some of their menu seems to be crossed off, especially once you get to the alcohol section. A lot of the ales are crossed out, although their wine supply is still good.
Take a bite of
Overall,
strawberry wine.
they let's see. Let me roll a d20 to see if the dice continue to be in your favor. Yeah, they could.
I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah.
I'm still listening.
Okay. But yeah, you guys have a enjoyable, if a little bit kind of amusing in a "are we really here" kind of way, dinner with your explore friends, who are grateful for it. Did you guys want to do anything over dinner?
Yeah, I want to get Nicholas a shot that he has to get spanked to drink.
What? I don't know if
They
Nick
don't.
would want that.
Oni knows that that's something more related to the Earthdale than Arnast. The Sword Coast is a little bit
They don't
more
do that here.
repressed than the Dale lands. I'm trying to think of what could be a good. Let's see. Let me see. You order at one point a round of they call them the sneaky shots. And the whole shtick of it is that it's really 2 shots, but you're not supposed to be sure whether or not you've had your shot or not. They replace it without you noticing.
Sneak attack.
As the drinks have been going throughout the night and the alcohol has pretty much taken its course, perception rolls are just your passive perceptions, and everybody except for Oni, suddenly you're looking at your glasses like, what? I drank that. Where did they come from? Oni, once again, you smell the waft of clean soap and just the brush of hair against your clothing as your shot glasses are masterfully swapped out next to you. But yeah, an evening's entertainment and bonding. You guys are here for probably about 3 hours drinking and eating. By the end of it, it comes out to about, what would it be? Probably about 12 gold a head. So you guys can either do your pay for yourselves, or one of you could take the whole 120. It's up to you guys. How you splitting the bill? Welcome back.
Nicholas's first adventure in hundreds of years, and he's getting robbed.
You're back just in time to settle the bill.
Yeah. As you finish up your meal, your third glass of strawberry wine in front of you, Ken.
I can do half.
You could do half. Several
I'll
shot
take half.
glasses. Suddenly, there's a small piece of black stained wood with a pin on the top of it, and a long sheet of parchment kind of rolled up into the wood sitting next to you, Ken, as you had introduced yourself and your party here. Looking at it, you've seen bills this big before, but normally they're at magical stores. Offered to cover the explorers and Nesden. Who's covering the other half?
Everybody just dashes out of the restaurant on the spot.
I mean, it's an option. I'm not saying you guys can't do it. If you're looking at it like Baldur's Gate options, it's like, I pay it in full. I split it with everybody. I run away screaming. I try to stealth away. I convince them to give us this meal for free. There's so many options, man.
Mia will put 1 coin on the table.
Okay, it's a platinum though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
That's 50 more gold needed.
I can do the last 50.
Okay. Your 2 new interns finish paying out the bill alongside Ken. See that
she puts it down and is like, this will cover it, right?
I'm not even an intern. I don't have a tag.
This
Just
is
the
how
grandfather
money
of the
works.
group.
This is good, right? Here. And she'll just slide the 1 point over. All done.
Thank you, Mia. Yeah, this definitely helpful.
She's gonna want to
Okay,
change
you can leave now.
Okay. As Nicholas puts out the last 50 down on the bill to pay out the tab, you all stand up, feel the world kind of shift a little bit under your feet, shake your heads. It was...
Yeah, if they were, especially if they were like double dipping us with shots and stuff. That's...
It's what they're. I mean, they're supposed to sneak you. They're supposed to sneak you an extra one. I mean,
no, I know, but Mia doesn't really like. This is her what, 3rd time drinking.
Yeah. Definitely has gone to your head. You guys stagger out into the town square. I haven't moved the guard tokens, but they're obviously kind of milling about. There are a few patrons, like people of the village, who have set up small like booths with handmade wares, quilts, blankets, scarves, that kind of stuff that are out. Just like, they're not hawking, but they're obviously willing to sell if you wanted to buy. what's the plan for the rest of the evening? It's at this point, it's about 9 o'clock, and it got dark fast. When you went in there, it was dusk, and you could kind of see the town being cast in that beautiful, like, early dusk orange light. And in the 3 hours you were in there, you stepped out, and it is pitch black. You look up, and there are... The only place you've seen more stars is when you are on the airship.
Okay. So let's head back into the hotel rooms real quick, and then discuss who's taking shifts back at the ship.
Okay. Let's see. Roll one more thing. Okay. Can everybody roll me a perception check? Actually, roll me.
Perception.
Ooh, that was good.
Look at us.
Oh, wow.
Right, surprisingly well.
We're
Don't
so
worry,
screwed.
Nicholas is here to fuck it up.
Yay!
At least you were honest.
Okay.
I mean, I could give myself a nat 20 if I really wanted to.
I mean,
It's one of the
we're
last
about
things
to
we're doing
turn
right
over
now,
for
right?
the day, so
Yeah.
just for
You
shits
sure
and
did.
giggles.
I'm not going to waste. You never know. Last second we get attacked, and then I'm going to need that nat 20.
Nah.
Let's see.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, what sorts of things happen?
A lot of things.
I don't know if I should do mine at disadvantage because A, drunk, and B, Mia's not paying attention. She's just happily like chatting with anyone who will stop long enough for her to talk to them.
I'm not drunk. You're drunk. I didn't know that was the killer.
Oh man.
There you go. All right. As Aerith hit that 23, which is what I rolled,
Yeah.
I sent him that message. The rest of you
There you go.
step out into the city. The people kind of milling about, going about their evening. You start heading back towards the tavern with the rooms.
Yeah, just for right now, to
I'll,
get out of the cold and.
Mia gets distracted talking to one of the guards,
Okay.
like telling him how cool everything is and how much fun the tavern was and how they're on an adventure, but nothing like.
Roll me a charisma check.
Ken told her not to say anything important, so she's not saying important things.
Okay. As you all start walking away to lead, Mia runs away and runs up to one of the guards who was talking with one of the other ones and looks over and goes, "Oh yes, how can I help you tonight, young
Jesus.
lass?" Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh well. Okay. Yes.
The town's so cool and it's so pretty, and there's so many
Yes.
mountains and snow, and I've never seen snow before.
Well then.
And
This
also,
must
we
be
went
quite
into
a
that
treat.
tavern, and
Yes,
they
that
had cool stuff. And it was really dark.
it is. Yes, the Dire Dagger is definitely a. It's a fun place to go for dinner if you're looking for a little bit of entertainment too.
Did you know how much fun adventuring is? And you get to go around with your friends, and you fight things, and you find cool stuff. And there's other stuff that I'm not supposed to talk about.
He's basically just like nodding along, like yes. I mean, this is my friend. I go on adventures with him in our daily job, and he starts trying to associate.
Really?
While Mia does this, the rest of you start heading across, and Aerith stops and reaches out one hand and kind of grabs Ken by the wrist, and the other to like grab Oni by the shoulder, and nods as you see it looks just like a normal townsman, like member of the town here. Large, burly, moving with purpose eastward out of the town. He
Oh
had
boy.
been leaned against this building, Aerith can point out, and as your party came out of the Dire Dagger, he kind of like stood up, casually walked down the road, and
Casually.
left.
Do we need to deal with this? Is like, on this kind of looking at Eric, like, everything all right? Was
He's suspicious, and I don't like it, so keep an extra eye
All
out.
I
right.
don't like it.
All right.
we can tell them if you think it's necessary.
I mean, there's an easy solution to this. I can just cast Arcane Eye and follow him.
If you want.
Easy enough.
How fast does
I'm go-
Arcane Eye move?
30 feet.
He's moving faster than that.
I'll have
I don't know if I can make it dash.
Feathers, follow him then. Just to
Between
just
those
to
two,
keep
you
an just to
could
keep an eye on him.
Yeah, okay. Feathers can keep up as you send Feathers into the air, and let me get you your new Feathers token, which is also
Feathers.
small like Todd.
Mhm.
You summon Feathers and send him into the air. Roll me a perception with Feathers, which he should have advantage on because of his keen eye, right?
Right.
Yes.
And yet he still
yes.
always rolls trash.
Shut up. Fuck.
Like that.
Take that. Okay. Never forget.
Never forget.
Okay. You send Feathers
Can I
up
add
and kind of.
Flash of Genius to that?
You
Or
can.
is he- Yeah, I'll do that.
For 16. Unfortunately, it still isn't enough for Feathers to be able to spot him. You watch as he steps out of the village and send Feathers out, and in that moment, you kind of take your eyes off of him and shift your focus into Feathers. And in that split second that you send Feathers down the path, you're unable to find him or
Fuck.
any trail leading into the snow. Roll me an investigation for Feathers.
That is
As
just
you send
a
Feathers down to
straight
kind of, like, look at the path.
intelligence. And he has a
Mhm.
-4.
Nah.
I mean, Nicholas did say he didn't want to waste the 20 on something as dumb as, like,
Would you like
know.
to waste it on now?
Might as well. I will use the 20 now.
This bad boy could be up to no good for us.
With a natural 20, Feathers lands and starts pecking around, looking around for any signs, like lands on the edge of a building and notices a very, very strange kind of grooving in the top layer of the snow. This snow being less frozen over, it looks more like somebody dragged something over the snow to reflatten. It appears like a path or a trail leading into like a nearby copse of woods and then down a cliffside just out of the city or out of the town limits.
Huh.
Do you have him follow?
Yeah. Sneakily.
Right.
Mhm.
Roll me a stealth for Feathers, and then yeah, just be following it for a few minutes.
He doesn't have advantage for stealth. Fuck!
Nice.
That's good.
No.
Well,
Right. So as are you keeping your consciousness, like your awareness, in Feathers?
For now, I will.
So as
But
Aerith sends Feathers
I will
off.
have him, like, you know, if trouble happens, just fly away. And do, like, a roundabout to back to us if he can.
All Alrighty. Can you, as Aerith, roll me a perception check through Feather's eyes?
Perception.
Okay. All right. So as Aerith steps out and leads or lets Feathers fly into the air, his eyes kind of glaze over with that unfocused rainbow light of it that you know that he's in Feather's eyes right now. As he stands kind of just wavering there in the town square, and Mia chatters happily with the town guard, who are more than happy to talk with Mia because you guys just brought the equivalent of like $5,000 into this economy. What are the rest of you doing?
We're waiting to see what Earth turns up because it kind of just randomly was like, hey, guy's sketchy, and then sent a bird after him and locked his consciousness in the bird, you know?
Yeah, Ken's in yellow phase now since Aerith did that. So he's kind of, stretching, warming up, as it were, drinking some water, trying to shake off the alcohol.
Right. Let's see something. Okay. So as you all
Did we get a good look at the guy's face before he ran off, or only Aerith did?
Aerith got a decent look at him. He could identify him again, if he saw him. The rest of you, unfortunately, didn't. He rolled higher than your perception checks.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. I'm just getting the sequence of events out in my mind. Okay. So, as you
The
all
town explodes.
watch Aerith, Ken starts to limber up. Trafford looks over again. Goes, "Is this normal? Should we just wait for him? Is he okay? Does he need our help? Did he drink too much?"
I take sips. Sorry.
You can't hear or say.
Perhaps it would.
He's okay. It's been a while since we've relaxed that much. He's I got him. He's okay.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'm grab Aerith and like put him on my back, like piggyback ride style. So to not draw any more suspicion,
Pretend that
and
I'm
just
drunk.
like walk. Yeah, and then walk to the room.
Okay.
I'll get up to this guy right here. Let him know it's like we got some stuff to talk about when we got to the room, like quietly.
Right. Oh, very good. Okay. Well, let's head to let's get to our rooms then.
Mia, come on. Let the
Are we
let the
leaving?
guard. Yeah,
What?
come on. Come on.
Wait,
Let the guards
hold on.
finish their job.
It was nice to talk to you. Wait, I guess I gotta go. Okay, bye.
It's very nice to meet you as well, Mia. Enjoy your stay here in our town.
We will until we leave.
Well, good then. All right, Aerith. While the others are heading to the room, you watch as Feathers carefully follows this trail, and it if it wasn't for a natural 20 investigation check, it would be damn hard for an owl to follow this. He has to stop occasionally, and it means he's not moving as fast as his target. But as he finally gets there, it's about 10 minutes or so. The rest of the party is just getting up in the room as you see Feathers cautiously moving through a grouping of trees just outside of town. Large pine trees, flying between the boughs and watching for these strange striations on the ground. He finally spots the target. This burly, older human gentleman dragging behind him a large, it looks like a fan made out of those pine needles, dragging it behind him and walking softly across the snow, as softly as he can to leave his little trail. And as Feathers lands on one of the branches, the snow gets knocked loose, dislodges, and falls to the ground. He turns, and in that instant sees the owl. Actually, he does need to kind of make
It's just
check.
rainbow owl. It's nothing out of the
Well,
ordinary.
Feathers looks pretty average when Aerith sends him out on scouts, because I know
Yeah.
Aerith doesn't want him to be. You ran into that problem with Illuminae, and you've been very careful to not do that again.
I've been
I mean, it's
careful
also
not to
dark
make
out, though,
everything
isn't it?
rainbow colored. I would alter them to blend in essentially if I'm sending them out on reconnaissance.
Yes. Yes.
Nah.
However, you rolled a natural 1 on your stealth check, so he does see you. And in that moment, you see his eyes
Oh, wait, shit,
narrow in
it's
his face, the kind of like scruffiness scrunch up. He reaches down at his hip, draws a knife, and hurls it at Feathers. Does 12 hit?
I
You
don't know if
wouldn't
this is
knife an owl.
broken, but it's not showing a armor class.
An AC? Oh, it's not. All right, what is an owl's AC? It's just a
But
normal
I'm
owl, right?
pretty sure, yeah, because I don't.
Got a high dex,
The
though, so
familiar
probably not.
doesn't give
11.
me anything.
Okay, so it's an AC of 11. All right, so as
No.
the dagger hits, and in
Yeah.
a burst of color, Feathers is sent back to the Feywild.
Damn it.
Aerith, in that last moment, you see something that you recognize. The crossguard of this dagger, inlaid with the symbol of Cult of the Dragon.
Fuck.
So as you all gather
Wow.
in the top, or in the moderately sized hotel room here within Parnas, you lug Aerith up the stairs, Ken, which would have been difficult before transformation and equipment to augment your strength, but now he's light, almost like a feather. It's like carrying a sleeping child up the stairs.
Are you calling me
as you
fat now?
set him down on the bed, his eyes jerk open and he staggers back in that moment of disconnect from Feathers. The others kind of close the door in behind you, and the room's a bit snug with 10 people in it, but they look over to you and Aerith.
What's going on? What did you see?
I was able to follow him, but not too far. And, unfortunately, Feathers has returned to the Feywild, and he was killed by a dagger, which had the symbol of the Cult of Dragons. So,
All right.
they
We
know
are
we're here,
in red alert.
I'm assuming.
You got a good look at his face, right, Aerith?
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can describe it.
I am going to pull out the crystal ball. Just hand it to him for a quick second.
Okay.
Player knows what
Here's
this
the ball.
is.
Yep,
take
take a
it.
look at him.
And I picture.
I want it
Linnea
back, though.
face. I know. I'll give it back. Don't worry.
Or Willie.
Which one is this?
I do believe it was. I wish I specified. Crystal ball. Now I gotta type it in. It was just the basic one where you could just, as long as you visualize them, you can see them. No mind reading, no telepathy, no true seeing.
Okay, interesting. Okay, that's really cool. All right, while touching it, you can just cast the scrying spell. Okay, cool. All right. So as you close your mind and okay, DC is 17. Okay. You close your mind, your eyes, open your mind to the crystal ball, and as you do, the scrying spell takes and connects, and you see the same clearing that you were just witnessing through Feather's vision. You see as this man walks over, picks up something out of the snow. Shit! Being followed. Can't let them follow me. Gotta let everyone know they're coming. I guess guess I'll use the caves. And he starts moving with purpose. He leaves behind his little, not little, but his, I'm trying to remember what they're called. But what he's been using to mask his trail. He leaves it behind and starts running through the snow, leaving distinct footprints. Let me see, how long does scrying last?
About like 10 minutes.
Not too
Yeah.
long.
You watch him run through the woods for about 10 minutes before the scrying spell ends. You are returned to your own consciousness.
I describe everything that I saw and heard him say.
He didn't appear to be wearing any like cult regalia. He just looked like a late
thug.
30s, early 40s, burly gentleman, probably about 6 feet. He had a like long shock of brownish red hair that just ran back off his head like a mane, and a big beard.
I think you can technically just keep casting scrying if you really wanted to.
I
I
mean,
think you
if I
can only cast it once on someone, but
Good one.
can't remember. Well, I think if they succeed, you can only cast it once.
Correct. If they succeed, yeah.
But I don't know about if they fail.
Well, the question is, are we going into pursuit mode right now, or are we just sticking to our plan? Because I feel like that's going to be a very important thing we need to decide in this moment.
Well, what about, I'm for pursuing them right now. Ken's not gonna let them get away.
Right? I mean, sounds like he's just going to lead us to them. So we were worried about how to get there.
Yeah, he's
could just
essentially
follow
going
him.
to lead us.
Right? On the other hand, if we were going to like rest here or have them, I guess just have them leave if we don't stay, right?
Either way, he knows he was spotted.
Yeah. He knows he's being followed.
Sure.
Quote unquote followed.
That just means that he's not being sneaky anymore.
But it also means that you could set up a trap if we go after him, or even if we leave him be, he could. There's still a potential trap, no matter which way we go.
But then that way, then we know that there's a trap.
Fair enough.
Dungeons and Dragons!
I guess it's up for you. You
yeah,
all
I
should
mean,
decide.
I'm fully willing to do either or. This seems like a very we need to decide in this moment, because the longer we delegate, the more chance. Who all's in favor of going after right now?
Well, if we think about it, we have all our resources, correct?
With
the
yeah,
exception
yeah.
of
Essentially, yeah.
With the exception of my portents. That's the
Yeah,
one exception.
I use the
Probably
flash.
at some point.
And I think you would have used a single create food and water as well, Ken, just to feed everybody today on the ship. But
oh yeah.
yeah,
We'll also have to sleep at some point, but
I mean, we're pretty much full on resources, and the sooner we catch him, the better.
Yep.
So I'm fine with going after him now.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna talk to poor guy, the leader of the explorers. I'm gonna let them know it's like
he hasn't earned his name yet. Is what Ken's saying. He's got to grow into it. It's like, you know how, I don't remember what it is, but they have like a child name, and then they become an adult. They have an actual name that they get. He hasn't got his adult name yet.
So I'm gonna just let him know it's like, hey, so shit has just gotten real. I need you to get in contact with the boatsman guy that we talked to when we first arrived.
Okay.
Tell him that you need to get ready for an emergency departure. You need you guys to get ready to get out of here now, because I don't want you to get caught up in whatever they might have set up here. I mean, you guys already paid for your room, so the guys here won't have anything to say. So I know you guys just got here and relax, but I don't want y'all getting hurt anymore. So, just fly out, find somewhere safe to land, try to rest there.
Very well. All right. Nesden, why don't you come with me and we'll get the ship ready to shove off. Is there anything that you still need from it, or?
I think we have everything that we need anyway.
Then I suppose you are all
Where
running
did
off
where
into
did you leave your
the
longsword,
wilds.
Ken? Because they did say to leave that. Let's not leave without.
Well, they made us promise not to act up, so I put it in my bag of holding.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys were able to convince them to. Yeah.
And plus, whenever I activate my armor, it fuses with my armor. So, I mean, even if it's... Well, now that I think about it, we didn't really specify, like...
As long as you got it. As long as you got it. I just wanted to make sure we did while we had,
Nah.
our one guy whose noticeable weapon was put away.
One of the 4 natural ones that the boatsman rolled was on allowing you guys in with your weapons. So by the end of it, he would have allowed Ken to carry his steel if he wanted to. The others, like the explorers, left their weapons just because they didn't even think about it. It wasn't like oh, we're constantly under threat. It was just sort of woo, we reached our destination.
Now we can relax. Oh no.
Yeah, it's like we're in a town. This is safe, right? So this
That's
is kind of
that's your first mistake. That's rookie move number 1. This is why you haven't earned your big boy name yet.
Apparently. There, Zabard, Furiet, go gather our belongings and let's prepare to shove off. We'll go and alert the boatswain. I suppose this is farewell then, faster than either expected.
Yeah, I know it's a little impromptu, but it was nice meeting you all. Safe travel getting back to Erebor, and I guess once it's said and done, I can we can get you a pass to come over to my neck of the woods over at the Starfall Enclave.
I was actually thinking about this today. It's good. We're currently just a member of the local Adventurers Guild of Erebor, and or the Union, the Adventuring Union. So we're kind of freelance at the moment, and if we had a guild sponsor behind us, that could definitely help. It's been great meeting all of you as well. Been inspirational. Now, I suppose we each have battles to fight.
Sorry you don't get to sleep in the town, but if the town explodes, you'll be happy that you're not here.
Yes. By the way,
Should I tell the guards maybe to be on the lookout, or do you think that's fine?
Well, it would be a good idea to have them keep on their toes to prevent any unnecessary damage to the innocents here. So
Okay.
I am of the mind of saying yes.
I will tell them to be careful and watch out that the town doesn't explode. I'll be right back. Goodbye.
Maybe not use those specific words. Okay.
Gonna send the message that you're a terrorist threatening to explode the town.
Farewell, Mia! You hear as Muthair shouts over everybody else. Alright. Come on, let's get our stuff.
Forget that she's drunk.
Let me run back out there.
Okay. So as everybody, let's see, the 3 here stay in the tavern or in the inn room to pack up their goods. Draffer and Neston are heading to go get the ship. Mia runs out the front door to go and talk to the guards. Ken trailing shortly after. What are the rest of you doing?
I mean, we're following it. Like we don't have any reason to stay in the hotel now, so probably gonna be moving as a group for now.
That's what I was hoping. All right. So Mia, as you run out, a look of alarm on your face. You run over to the guards. You kind of like scrunch his face. What's wrong, Mia? What's wrong? What has happened?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, so people like to try to hurt us, and so there was a person, and they might try to hurt us, but we're gonna leave. But so that we don't get hurt, but if they try to explode the town or something, watch out for that.
And you get here right as you hear her say, "Explode the town" or something. As you run up behind her, explaining and expounding with her arms, boom, explode the town or something. And he kind of like, roll me a persuasion check, Mia?
Persuasion.
The guard kind of like narrows his face, like, "What? An explosion? Are you? Is this some sort of threat to the
Well,
town? Are you?"
Okay, I mean, not necessarily an explosion, but I mean, something might happen to the town because we were here,
We've
but
heard
hopefully not because we're leaving.
many stories of other city-states falling under attack. What has happened? What?
My apologies,
Kind of
sir.
like he kind of like starts to draw his sword. He's like, "Did I judge you wrong in our first meeting? Are you the cause of
No,
this?"
not me.
Guys, I've rolled 6 natural ones tonight.
Oh
I
my
keep rolling
God.
them.
No, don't roll them with the NPCs. Roll them with the
Right?
I
enemies.
know. But he's looking very
Uh-oh.
panicked, alarmed, and as he like looks over to the others kind of like push away from the well, and they all start kind of like swarming around, like, "What's going on? What's going on?"
Stay your blade, sir. I can explain a little bit better about the situation, please. She means you no harm, as do we. I can explain the situation a little bit better, but time is of the essence, so I'm gonna have to just give you the pretty much the chunky gist of the situation.
The rest of the party shows up, both Onis, Aerith with his gun drawn, and Nicholas with a frog on his head, running up behind you guys.
You know,
I
the
wouldn't have
usual.
my gun
As you
drawn.
give him... You don't have your gun drawn? No weapon out?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Aww.
Don't force my character to do something.
Gasoline on
You're right,
fire.
You're right. All right, you explain the situation. Do you describe what the guy looks like?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do, they kind of look at you like, "Why would Ragnar be working with the... I mean, he's always been a bit standoffish. Keeps himself.
Right? So he
We
might
never
have
would have
secrets.
suspected, but he's been a loving member of... I mean, not loving, but... I mean, he's run that tavern." And he kind of like motions towards the one whose name... The Golden Tankard. He's run that tavern for 20 years. I can't imagine him
Well,
threatening the town.
Everyone does normal things until they join a death cult.
Either way, your presence here, we should at least get
We
the
are
alarm out.
leaving.
Kind of like nods the others, is like, "Alert the others that we've had possible sightings of cultist activity here within town. We'll investigate this. If Ragnar can't be found in the morning, then I suppose he'll be guilty. Actually, why don't you two head over there to see if he's even home?" And the town guard will start reacting to the information. As you are finishing up your description, about another 10 or 15 minutes has passed. You hear as the heavy footfalls of the half-orc Traffer running up the kind of slushy, slick road. He looks over at all of you and says, "We should be ready to go within the next hour. They just need to make sure that the ballast is properly ready to be lowered so quickly. They weren't happy about having to do it at night, but they say if we're willing to fly at night, then that's our prerogative. I'm gonna go check in with the
Also,
rest of our crew."
our friends are leaving again to try to mitigate the amount of damage possible to the town. So please don't stop them.
Very well then. Just kind of like looks to the other guards and goes, If this risk follows you, then leave Potters.
Usually.
Just don't bring harm to the town, please. We've been through hard enough times already, and please."
We're trying not to.
Don't worry, sir. I lost my hometown 20 years ago, actually. So I understand your fears. all too well. I'm not gonna let anything happen to this city. It's a good city. So once everything's set here, we're gonna go ahead and skedaddle.
The other guard walks out and goes, Ragnar's nowhere to be found. They said that he's been standing outside all day since our newcomers arrived, and no one's seen him for the last hour or two. The other guards kind of look to each other and look over to you guys. What you doing?
We're leaving now.
Yeah, I'm gonna whistle. Please don't be alarmed when I do this. He's gonna whistle for his kiddos and armor up. Just go ahead and knock that out of the way.
All right. The swarm of dragonlings emerges from the shadows and lunges towards Ken, turning into the various pieces of his armor and linking together to form the armored and battle-ready version of Ken Silverlight. And the 5 of you run off, 6 of you, sorry, because of your echo, run off the eastern road to follow the trail that Aerith had just found. I think this will be a good place for us to take a short break.
Yeah.
As you guys pick up there, I just need to get something in my stomach really quick, as well as a new drink. Pick up in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, cool. I'll be right back.
I got some heartbreaking news though.
Uh-oh.
I remembered to do the jumbo cacti this week. The heartbreaking news is while we were having our little dinner theater, I checked to see, because I always leave it, because I'm on the PlayStation Party. I leave 14 up. I was like, all right, 10 o'clock, I'll check. The number this week was 7726.
Oh no.
One of mine was 7729.
No.
Oh
Close.
Not only was one number off, it counts from the back to the front. So I got no credit for the first 3 being right.
What?
No.
And I was one off the jackpot.
That is bull.
Well,
Yeah,
Heartbreaking stuff.
I feel your pain because Kay can tell you. Whenever we visited whatever casino it was, I was playing one. Well, you were there too. I was playing one of the slots, and I was like a pixel and a half away from hitting like the jackpot of like $620,000. Yeah.
Gambling is bullshit. That's why I don't do it.
Yeah, I figured, I'm here.
Right?
Might as
Yeah. I mean, if you're in
after
Vegas,
that,
you
I'm
at
like,
least have to do a little bit.
yeah, I think after that, I'm like, if I ever come back, I'm never gambling.
But just think,
give it-
that one woman won 10 grand, and another
Right.
won 6 right beside Kate.
Yeah.
Yo. Give it like $20 and that's it.
Fucking gambling.
I've never done it before.
Don't.
It's not worth it.
It's really not.
Just know that if you start gambling, right when you stop is when you would have won the jackpot, so you can't stop. Keep that in mind.
And then you're out of money. And everything you ever owned.
Man, Greg threw so much money into that one Buffalo game trying to get those free plays out of it, and somebody else got them because he was like, fuck it, I'm out. Fuck this.
Of course. Yeah, there was a game, I don't remember what it was, that I was playing last time when I visited with my parents. I was playing with my brother, and there's this one lady who's getting really pissed at the game. Like, you had to get the fish to like get bigger, and then they would like
break the bowl that they were in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this lady was getting super pissed at it, and it like would not go, and she finally like just got up and left angry, and like I went over there and put it in there and got it to go.
Emily spent a good little bit in that. It wasn't the fish version though. She kept playing the pig one, where
Yeah.
it just put the coins in the piggy bank and it would eventually get big enough to pop.
Yep.
They love that one, bro. They put so much money into that trying to get those motherfuckers to close.
They're bullshit though, because like my dad played it one of them once, and he put like $2 into it, and even from like 0, it just went, and I was like, what the fuck? It wasn't even big. It's bullshit. Games are stupid and very fun to play, which is exactly their purpose.
They know what they're about, and they're about
Yep.
keeping you there. And good lord, even as a bystander, it's really hard to want to leave. You never
Right?
know when you're gonna see somebody just get super hype, and you know they just won money.
That woman that won 10 grand, it was just sitting there
Yo.
screaming. We could hear.
Screaming, dude.
I mean, I don't blame her.
Right? That would be dope.
I was telling them, Cade, the jumbo jackpot happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Number was 7726. One of my 3 was 7729.
Oh.
It was heartbreaking because it counts from the back on top of it. So not only was I got nothing out of it.
Nothing. You got 3 of the 4 right, but it just matters right to left. It's so.
Right.
Oh.
I feel it. I do.
Well.
Yeah, I think it's like the only time I've ever won anything of significance with gambling is we played Wolf slot machine, and I put like $5 in and spun once and won $70.
Yep.
Hell yeah, dude.
We walked
And I was
away.
like, oh, and we're done.
That was great. That was really good.
It was funny.
I definitely do want to try, but who knows?
Yeah, just like I said, limit yourself. Like, give yourself like $20 to $50, and once you run out of that, just walk away. Because if you keep going, you'll lose it all.
Yeah.
I think it's because like when people win some, they start gaining the mentality of, I can still win. I can keep winning.
Yeah.
I can win more.
It's so easy to get this. I could get more.
The combination,
Yeah.
right? It's the combination of that and like what Earth said is just like if you stop the spin after that, will be the time that you win.
Just reminds me of the
So
scene
you
in,
don't-
You
in,
can't stop. You gotta
You can't
go.
stop.
It just
Yeah.
reminds me of the scene in Hunter x Hunter where Killua is like using the cheat dice to win the slots, and he's like been doing it for so long, and he's just like, again, once more,
Just one more time.
just one more time, just throat chop me and drag me away.
Just like it's great because this character is actually from the book.
Hell yeah.
A book
Actual
character.
Tyranny
It's been a while since we had one of those.
We're kinda on book.
We're
Hell
literally-
yeah.
It's going about it in a different way because I had to think about, all right, well, let's see, what would he be doing given everything else that's different about our world? But of course, they don't give me like good tokens, so I should have
No,
found art
why would they
form
do
before
that?
describing him, but it's fine.
Yeah, you'd think that they would give you like the stuff, especially if it was part of the book, like tokens for NPCs or like more maps and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But they really don't give you much of anything, do they?
No, I mean, they give you like the essentials. They give you what you need, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but not enough to like paint the picture.
Not if they're not like a super, super important good or bad guy, you know?
This- One last thing good, just in case.
The man was playing a risky game too, because like if at any point it stopped working, the drawback was you're gonna fucking die. Because he had accumulated so much luck doing that shit that if it had goofed, there was no recovering.
Nope.
Nope.
Because one guy tried to do it and he exploded.
Yep, and he didn't even have. He wasn't on the streak that Kahlua was either. He was like. He had a nice little thing going, but Kahlua was fucking
He
gaming
was
it, bro.
going.
He was min-maxing that shit.
I mean, it was working, but like he was becoming crazy.
Yeah.
There's so many
And
animes I really want to
that's how they
watch.
get you, bro. That like that dopamine hit of like success. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
one more. I can do it. I can just keep going
Just
one
one
more. I'm up so much. One loss isn't gonna hurt me.
It's like us with opening the booster packs in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Hell yeah, bro.
It's just like if
That's
I could
why
only
I
just
have
get this
to-
one card.
Yeah, I'm not gonna quit. I've got all these gems. Now I have none of the gems and not the card. Awesome.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's why, like, every couple years, I start collecting Pokemon cards again, and then I have to stop for the same reason, because it gets out of hand.
Right, it's so hard not to.
I stopped
It's
with
just-
Yu-Gi-Oh! When
Because
they
one
just
pack here and
fucked
there
the
is not a
anime.
big deal. It's like, I can afford a pack, but then it's like,
Right?
but I got something good out of this one and now I want another one. And I didn't get a
Right.
good thing out of this, so I gotta get another
And I
to,
didn't.
to fix
Exactly.
that.
That means I've got to
We
be,
used to-
one has to be coming because it's not gonna let me sit
Yeah.
for so
Exactly.
long, right?
We used to get, or Cade used to get me the booster boxes when he worked at Game On, and I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna open a couple out of this and spread it out through the week, and like have card packs to open all week.
No, you
And then
open
I
it
would just
within
open
the
all
hour.
of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because it was just like, oh, I didn't
did
get
it, you
anything
did it.
good.
A couple times where you kind
Yeah.
of trickled it in, but then it was just more
The
fun to
first
just
couple
binge the whole
times.
box.
And it was just like, I didn't get anything good. Like, I gotta keep going until I get something good, and then I get something good, and I'm like, well, now I could get another good one.
Yeah. And it's so satisfying. Even just watching, bro. I can't tell you how many channels I've gotten sucked into of just watching people opening booster boxes of like
Yep.
card games I don't even play. I've watched people open Pokemon, which I don't really play, but I know a little bit about. Yu-Gi-Oh, which I do play. Magic, which I have barely touched ever, but like there's something great about just watching people open it and either get excited or crestfallen on a
Right. It's
pack
just
not having
fun.
anything.
It's fun to see the shiny cardboard. They're so pretty.
Alrighty.
It's like with
We ready?
dice. Sparkly, shiny racks.
Thankfully, I haven't fallen into that hole.
Yeah.
I think Ken said he was going to BRB.
He did.
I don't know if he's still listening though.
He'll say if he's
I
back.
just got a little something ready, so. Just in
Yeah.
case.
Man, I was not ready. And apparently there was a time thing in Baldur's Gate that you had like either 2 long rests or 2 like fast travels before you don't have a choice in what's about to happen anymore. And I did not have 2 of one of the items I needed. I only had 1. So I was like, fuck, I gotta go find where I can buy one of these real quick. And I got back and it was like, hey, quest updated. And I was looking around and everybody's gone. The thing that I was trying to do is already resolved without me. Like, I was like, fuck me.
What is this?
Oh, no. Yeah, I was gonna say like I don't know what you're talking about, but I also don't want you to like say any big
Yeah.
spoilers.
I have a
But
feeling I might know what it. Okay, is it in Act 1, 2, or 3?
If AJ, it's in Act 1. If AJ
Okay.
isn't here, I can say it. It's just in
Might
the
Yeah.
have his headset on though.
yeah, I just don't know
Yeah.
if he's still listening.
AJ. If you have your headset on, like take it off for 2 seconds. I'm not gonna say. I'll give you like a minute or two before I say it. Just give it like 5 minutes after I say
We don't
this
wanna
before
spoil
you put it
you.
back on. Yeah, and I'll give him
Okay,
a
he
minute or
deafened
two
himself.
before I say it. Okay, cool.
He deafened himself.
It was just in the Underdark where that cave-in is. You're on a fucking time constraint with the deep gnomes, where you have to.
I missed that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a time constraint. I had one of the
Yeah.
smoke bombs I needed, but I didn't have any of the other powder stuff because I hadn't been picking it up because I hadn't needed it so far. So when I got there, I was like,
did.
"Cool, I've got one. I'll blow this up." And it took like 2/3 of the health of the cave in. So I was like, "Fuck, I gotta go find another one." But when I fast traveled away, it gave me like a dialogue thing, not like a "Do you still want to leave?" It, "Hey, time's running out, choking," and then I still fast traveled. It didn't let me stop. And
Okay.
when I came back, they had already got through it. He was dead, and everybody had cleared out the camp. So I didn't have an opportunity to save the deep gnomes, unfortunately.
Okay.
Right, I do
Yeah,
remember
a
that
barrel
part.
on you.
Okay. I remember.
I did
That
fuck that
barrel
up the
also
first time
works.
too, but I reloaded it because I was playing just like the whatever reload whatever on my first playthrough.
Six gum.
Yep.
I would
But I do
have,
know what you're
but
talking about.
I have no idea. Like, for whatever reason, all of like my manual save, I guess, got so far down in the auto saves that it wasn't showing up on my list. So all the auto saves were after that point, and I was like, "Fuck!" Not only would this be like 2 or 3 hours of stuff that I'd already done that I have to redo, I can't even see it to do it. I was like, man, I guess these guys are just on their own.
Yep.
This is just luck of the draw. Try.
It be how it be.
All
It
right.
is what
So,
it is.
back in Parnast, as night settles, it's about 10:30, 11 at night. It's getting quiet, very, very, very dark. As you head out beyond the edge of the town itself, all the light is pretty much gone. You don't even have moonlight at this point from where you are. So those of you without dark vision are having trouble seeing.
I'm gonna keep Mia close.
I can cast
Yep.
dancing
just-
lights if we really need to. I don't have dancing light. I
Just
can
depends
cast
on if we want to
light.
be visible or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your
Yeah.
call.
If we can see, they can see us too. But I mean, who else? If it's only Mia will just like trail behind Ken and just like hold his hand.
Yeah, I think that's the better plan. I mean, they know
Okay.
we were tracking them, but we also don't want to give them just like a free target as we're walking up on them.
Okay. All right. So the rest of you have dark vision. Gnome. Yeah. Okay. So you can see the path roughly laid out before you. This slightly grayer tone against the whites of the snow. And as you are led down the path to where Aerith remembered the first trail leading off, who's making me an investigation check?
I can.
Probably either
Someone
Aerith
with-
or Ken would investigate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if we're tracking and you need some survival rolls, I got you. But investigation, probably gonna leave it up to them.
It could be
Yeah.
either
Yeah, I
investigation
got
or
to stand
survival.
in my investigation.
But just have somebody, one of you with advantage, roll either investigation or survival.
I
Your
can
choice.
roll.
I can roll it.
Whoever's leading.
I have an 11.
Oh, well, you do it.
Yeah,
You got a 15 in survival if you want to roll with survival.
I already rolled.
21's not bad.
It's not bad. Okay. All right. It takes a few minutes. You kind of have to like find the right tree, like the right shape from your memory, Aerith, to be like, okay, that was was there, his feathers was there, which means that it should be right here. And then as you start to study it, your devil's sight, your dark vision, enabling you to make out these tiny little striations that look like something was just dragged in this direction. And then over the last hour or so, because at this point it's been about an hour and a half since he ran, it's slowly being obscured and covered by the weather of the evening. But you lead the party down that path for about 10 or 15 minutes. It takes you a little longer than you were expecting, and at one point you lose the trail. Whether you tell everybody you lost the trail is entirely up to you, because you circle back onto it, but it takes you about an extra 5 minutes longer than you were expecting. Before you find the clearing, you can see the tree that had lost its snow on the branch. You recognized it as the one that Feathers had landed on, and you can see the sudden emergence of footprints. They are starting to fill in a bit, just as like the wind blows snowdrift over, but there is now a much clearer trail following the wilderness. It's about midnight. Are you guys pressing on?
Yes.
Pressing on, you follow the trail. I need another survival or investigate. Well, actually, this one would be just a survival check for following the trail. The investigation was for finding the hidden path.
So,
The
Oni?
only map
Oni.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a survival check, Oni. Okay.
31.
As you get to this clearing, and Aerith can point out the footprints in the snow, Oni nods and takes the lead, leading you guys winding through the woods. A lot of these footprints are there. There's a lot of distance between them. He's moving quickly. He's running through the woods at this point. There's certain parts where he has to like jump up on a log and run across where the footprints just disappear, and it's obscured by just like falling snow or something that's just been knocked over. But you're able to then pick the trail back up after about another 10 minutes. You guys follow this path for about another 3 or 4 miles through the woods before you see it leading into a small cave on the side of the mountain. It kind of like the path cuts down and through some rocks around a corner and through a small, almost right triangle shaped opening in the side of the cliff.
All right.
Are we there yet?
I believe we are. Oni? This is where the trail ends?
Yep, this is where it leads and culminates to. Tracking through here might be a little bit more difficult, but it's at least a safe enough bet that they went this way.
Okay.
Is this
Um,
the dark?
not sure yet, but I guess we're about to find out. Let's get in formation. I'll lead front, or I'll take point. To block anything that might be waiting for us.
Go ahead
Go
and
ahead
just
and
arrange
have my-
marching order, like just because we're all doing this theater of mind, just right here in the middle of Parnas. Just you can over here will be the entrance of the cave. Right here.
Mia will just stay right next to Ken, still holding his hand.
Okay.
Because it's dark.
And Mia, right there next to each other. Gotcha. Okay.
I can be
Who's
somewhere.
behind
I
Ken?
can be. Mm.
Yeah, Oni's gonna flank on either side of Mia, covering her with
Yes. I don't,
like
yeah, right there.
behind Ken. That way we have a good little formation going.
All right. Is you? Well, what about you, Nicholas?
Farthest in the back, probably.
All right. As you all fall into your cross, like T-shaped formation, how are you proceeding? You going quickly, carefully? stealthily?
Carefully.
Okay.
Because, I mean, they already know we're here, so there's no point in trying to stealth it.
Okay. All right. So you
Especially with Ken
move
wearing all the
through.
armor.
Clank, 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 clank through metal, echoing around the cave.
That was why we never stealth
Yeah.
Strahd. Between Des and Cray, it was like, well, you guys could stealth, but the two of us, we're not getting anywhere, guys.
Not
Alright.
so much.
So foregoing stealth and instead focusing on moving carefully and quickly, you follow the trail as it heads into the mountain cavern. And as soon as you enter, Oni, you can smell what smells like recently burned torch smoke. As you step through the cave is somehow darker than the rest of the world outside is. Your dark vision still allows you to see the vague shapes in the ground as well as where the edges of the wall are. But Mia, when you follow Ken in, up to this point you've been able to see roughly. Like if you stare at something long enough, you can kind of make it out. But following him into this is like walking into magical. It is
It's
pitch
very
black.
dark.
And as you all step in, you're not immediately attacked. You walk in through the mouth of the cave and follow it for about 15 or 20 feet.
Can I still see through
Before
it?
It's not magical darkness.
Okay,
It's
okay.
just
Dark.
extremely dark. It's
Very dark.
absolute pitch black darkness.
Do I see anything on the ethereal plane?
No, nothing that stands out as abnormal. I mean, more abnormal than you're used to. Mia looks unique compared to the others. But nothing that I can think of that would still be there. You follow the cave for about 150 feet, hearing your feet hit on the stone, the light dripping of water somewhere distant before it comes and forks. There's a path that forks up into the left and one that continues on straight.
Can we, I guess, inspect the ground, see if we can see any footprints? To, I guess, figure out which path they took.
Sure. That would be either investigation or survival, and I can either let two of you do it or one with advantage. You guys all kind of work together.
Nope. I was just trying to see what that did.
Oh, I thought it was like you just know.
Right, that would be find the path, but we don't
yeah,
have
that would be find the path.
Wish I had that
did we
spell,
just
but
want
I
to
don't.
each roll one, see who gets better? Or see who does better?
Yeah, I'll roll an investigation.
Somebody else want to take survival?
Oni?
Sure. I thought y'all wanted to double up on investigation. My bad.
I mean, I could roll it with a 0, but
I just don't like to choose for you guys.
Yeah.
And as you start to look around, you lean over, and unfortunately, your goggles of night malfunction slightly, and you have to take a few moments to tweak them to get them to refocus into this absolute pitch black darkness deep within the mountain caves high above.
Of course, I accidentally closed my character sheet trying to pop it back open. So
I feel it. Okay. Oni, the marks that you find are faint. There are slight boot scuffs along the stones that look more recent, like somebody ran through here. Somebody who is practiced in stealth ran through here quickly, not long ago, and went up the path to the left.
That's what I want to do. I want to do augury.
you want to crouch down and play with some bones?
Or cards.
In the
Yeah,
dark.
pretty much. Pretty much.
Hell yeah, it's rolling balls in a cave.
You're just playing marbles.
Right.
That I can do it as a ritual. And I was just gonna see, means we're going down the left path, or we can see how good or bad it's gonna go for us, or
If
get
you
an
want to
idea.
take 10 minutes, I guess. Do
No,
we
it takes
want
one.
to?
It takes 1 minute to cast.
Well, if you cast it as a ritual,
You're right. It takes 10.
you have to take a little bit longer. Yeah. So.
Y'all want to sit in the dark for 10 minutes?
No.
While Nicholas plays with some cards. So.
There's nothing wrong with being prepared.
Uh-huh.
Just not in a pitch black cave where an ambush is waiting.
Well, if we can't see, they can't see. That's my motto.
So, same motto as a child, but sure.
If it works.
Hopefully they don't have means to be able to see while we can't.
Who knows? Are we stopping for 10 minutes or
No,
No.
we're not.
no? Okay.
All right.
Okay. So
Maybe
you guys
later, Nicholas.
follow the trail that Oni found?
I'll at least point out to them that this looks like the path that somebody who knows about stealth tried to stealthily take. Now, keep in mind that always leads to, they could be trying to set a trap to get us to follow it, but this seems like the path at least.
Okay. All right. I guess we're following that path, right?
Yeah.
How are you proceeding from this point?
The same?
Yep. Same way. Carefully.
Roll me a perception check.
From...
Hmm?
Is it...
From
One
Wait,
person
everybody?
or,
Oh,
like,
from,
everybody?
from Ken. Sorry.
Okay.
I think it cut
Okay.
my mic out. I said it with like a solemn like
Oh,
hand
no.
stapled in front of my mouth.
No.
Wonderful.
Oh shit!
Fantastic.
Hold on. Oh no.
Just vanished into the dark because we didn't see the hole that we were. Then we see a faint light as this little kick in, like, I'm okay.
Were you doing something, Mia?
I can't remember if I can do it for other people or just
I
myself.
think you need to be able to see whatever you're trying.
One thing you can't do
Also
right now.
maybe. If you leave force a chance of chaos. Is this just for me or is it for other people too?
It's
I think
just for
it
you.
worded it's just for it's just for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just for
Then never mind.
Okay, so as you all follow in line behind Ken, Mia, hand rested on shoulder and following Ken, you're keeping your eyes peeled, looking towards the slope of this cave. When you came into it, it was pretty solid, like pretty level. It went down a little bit, then up, and then where you kind of branched off, it wanted like the main path was like peaking on the top of a hill and then going down, and the path that you took is like a secondary path off to the left that slopes up at a pretty solid like 35 degree angle. So it's pretty steep and it's a little slick. It's about 7 feet wide by maybe like 8 feet tall, so you can all stand in here without having to crouch down, but it's not super wide. And as you're walking through, keeping your eyes on things, the tunnel bends a little bit to the left, and you hear. Actually, I think you can smell what smells like fresh air coming out ahead of you. And as you kind of get that scent, and you look up, you take a step forward, and you feel with your foot as it trips over some sort of wire that had been laying across the path here, leading up the slope. And as you like stagger back and kind of bump into Mia a little bit, you hear boom, and look up as the light
That sounds bad.
ahead in the tunnel is entirely masked blackness, and you hear as a large stone starts rolling down the very, very, very narrow tunnel that you are all in. I need everyone to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Actually, hold on. Let me see, because I know that this trap comes up in one other place. Let me see what they did there. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Just tell me how I can.
I could use telekinesis if I could see it.
It's like
Who
it
could have
could be
foreseen a trap?
No.
definitely not
It's
you
a-
guys.
It's a huge object, right?
Yes, it would be huge.
How do you tell if you need visual for it?
It should say if that you can see somewhere in it if you need to be able to see it.
This doesn't say I need to see it. At least I'm
you
not
can
seeing
see it
that.
regardless.
Right, you
Uh,
can see.
yeah.
I just can't see.
Animate object and stop it from moving.
Okay.
Go back the way you came, Boulder.
That will actually solve the problem. That's pretty clever. Okay. As you hear a slight exhalation from Ken
Stop
and
it.
Mia kind of question what's going on as the whole group stops and almost bumps into itself. You look up ahead and see as this large shadow falls into the visible space ahead of you. And as it starts to roll towards you all brace and attempt to get out of the way, realizing that there's not a lot of clearance room, so you can't really dodge out of the way of something like this. You know, Ken probably starts to do like a strength save just to try to stop it. You hear a casting of magical words behind you, a burst of energy around you like fresh air through the tunnel, and the stone stops. And then you just start to hear as it slowly rolls back up the slope, and then it plugs itself back into the hole. You have 1 minute to get there before it falls because of gravity again.
Rushing.
All right, well,
Let's hurry.
let's haul ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quickly now.
Hauling ass.
I'm gonna grab Mia and put her on my back so we can speed this up along. Cause
Okay. You scoop me up under the arm and onto your shoulder and run up with all haste. Nicholas, you manage to keep up with the party, and just as you turn the corner and you feel your spell ending, you get past the place where the stone had been relodged. You jump forward just as the stone and starts to fall down pathway again. You hear as it rolls down, and then in the distance you hear as it plugs itself on the entrance that you guys came in on.
That's fine. We didn't want to go back that way.
The path continues ahead of you. It winds one more time. You can smell the fresh air of a mountaintop ahead of you and see a faint bit of lighter space. It's still not a lot of light, but lighter space that seems to be cast by some sort of torch flickering just beyond the edge of the cliff, or the cave. How do you guys proceed from here?
I'm gonna deploy Minimi to not like do like a full scouting. This is just pretty much like a peek around the corner situation, you know.
All right. Okay, roll me a perception check for Fafnir.
Perceive for the
your
baby.
children.
Oh, I don't think I have a thing for
Thought I had
fucking homunculus servant.
I think that's isn't it Fafnir?
Oh yeah, that counts. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, that's your homunculus servant.
Okay. Investigation or shit. Doesn't have one.
Just
that'd be-
a wisdom or perception.
Oh yeah, you got a +6 in perception.
Hell yeah. Okay.
He tried.
He scurries forward, pokes his head
Hey,
around the
we're like me
corner,
with feathers.
scurries back, and kind of mimes that there's a torch and a guy.
And a dude.
That's all he can get across. Is he kind of does like a little motion of a guy like standing up on his hind legs and walking side to side, and you have to do like a charade thing to get it from him. And then he also does like a little torch symbol because he can't speak to you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good job, buddy. Go over and hang out with Mr. Nicholas, just in case. Keep an eye on him.
The slightly smaller than you dragon. It is smaller. It's small enough to fit on your back, but it's about half your size, maybe a little smaller than that. Comes up and kind of snuggles up next to you, Nicholas.
Okay. Good.
Are we-
Dragon.
What you guys doing?
Are we going to say hi?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
You
keep an eye-
hear
Keep an eye on the surroundings because they might have some guys hiding around somewhere.
in the distance a whine of something.
Well, that sounds cool.
And a distant explosion.
On us or just over yonder?
Beyond the entrance of the cave, you hear what sounded like a jet of something or another, like a burst of air, like and then a few moments later, a loud, distant explosion.
I'm sure that's
They
fine.
seal us in here.
This better not be what I think it is. I swear to God, if it's what I think it is, I'm gonna be mad.
It probably
What do you think it is?
I think they better not have attacked my ship. They better not have fucking hit my ship. Okay, I guess we
Guess we
gotta
better go
fucking-
find out.
Yeah, I guess we gotta charge this guy now because ain't no way.
You guys charge forward, running the final breadth of cave, keeping together. You emerge at the outer edge of a round mountain top. You come out of the mountaintop, and immediately you can just see the mountain range beneath you. You're facing. Let's see what we're facing. You seem to be facing west at the moment. As you look out, you can see Parnast down probably about 10 miles away from you at this point. You've been chasing this guy for a few hours now. And you've cut through the mountain in an interesting way that town almost looks like it's on a different side. And as you step out, there is a discarded torch still burning gently in the melted snow off to your right. And you hear that same sound again, that and you turn around and look up to see as the gentleman that Aerith had described is standing in front of what looks like a stone plinth, and a object has just been jettisoned into the air, and as you watch it
Those
soar up
bastards.
into the sky, you see a burst of bright red color as a firework showers down over the top of the mountain. He looks
okay.
up and kind of watches it. What are you guys doing?
Definitely not calling his friends. It's fine.
At least he's not firing at the ship.
You guys roll me a perception check.
Are we striking him?
Can I roll one with disadvantage or no?
Yeah. Once you were pulled out of the cave, you were able to vaguely see. It wasn't like you can now see your hand in front of your face. You just can't see for more than like 30 or 40 feet.
Yeah, look at that.
You
Right?
assess your situation.
I'm missing my glasses. That's why I can't.
Nicholas's glasses, or yeah, they're missing. Oni, you take a quick look around, but you're pretty good at sensing presences, and aside from the 5 of you and this one man who is now fidgeting with another cylindrical object on some sort of stick in his hand, and he's like muttering to himself, like, just gotta get the next one off, come on, one more, and they'll have full information. You seem to be alone. And since you've rolled a 32 on perception, I'm gonna go ahead and put you guys on this map.
Okay. Alright, well, you hate to hear that. You don't like to hear it. In fact, complete opposite of what you want to hear.
Can I, if I can see him and what he's doing, can I cast telekinesis to try to grab whatever he's trying to do?
Sure. Absolutely. As you,
Yeah, I'm gonna pop
let's see.
echo on it and two. But yeah, could I hear him saying I just gotta get the next one off?
Yeah, he's muttering to himself, but with a 32 in perception, you can definitely get off. Like, it's really quiet up here, and the sound doesn't travel well, but the way it does travel makes those words distinct.
Okay, then along like in tandem with me doing that, only because I still have 4 charges from the last fight stored up. Use the charge to fucking bonus action dash to get in on that motherfucker, and kind of work with her to, you know,
Get it free.
yeah.
Okay.
And obviously the echo kind of runs in with me, but
Yeah. Oh, that was his AC. All right, that makes sense. Okay. All right.
and I guess like he's gonna try to grapple him,
When you cast
essentially.
a spell, as your action each round, creature or object, try. Ability check with your spell casting ability contested by this. Okay, so roll me a charisma check against his strength.
Give me that. That's mine now. Oh no.
Flash
I will.
Flash
Well,
of genius.
I'll use the thing that I was the
Okay,
Tide
okay.
of Chaos to
Tide
roll
of
one more
Chaos.
time.
Get it at advantage, okay?
Actually, hold on. Oop. Nope, not that one. There was another one I had as well. Yeah, okay, it does the same thing, but just redo it.
Okay.
Hey, much better.
All right, and then you're going to grapple him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, roll me your athletics to grapple him.
Now one, baby. Let's get it.
Okay, so
Also
and then we'll have. Is anybody else doing anything in this first moment, in this initial?
Surprise.
I mean,
I don't want to.
I
don't wanna
also have telekinetic, so I can help shove the fucking object, I guess.
It's up to you. Nothing has
I-
actually happened yet. It's all like in that split-second moment of you guys coming out here, and your attention was drawn to the firework, and now it's kind of going to him. And in that moment, you're all acting.
Can I like run as far as close as possible and then use Storm Whip like on his arm, whichever arm is holding whatever he's trying to launch?
What's your movement speed?
30 feet.
Unfortunately, you'd have to dash to get within range of him. He's out of 30-foot range.
How far away?
Oh
is
yeah,
he?
man. Get you a beard.
Feather beard. Which one you doing?
Would fog cloud be helpful or detrimental
It'd
in
be
this
on
situation? I
you.
suppose.
It would be
Yeah, so it would be right here, like on top of all of us.
So maybe not great if you need to see, but also helpful
Right.
if you need to not be seen, I guess.
That's the thing.
I'm gonna Misty Step right next to the Echo.
Okay. Ken, I recount what I said. You can get within Thorn Whip range because it is a 30-foot range cantrip. I thought it was 15. Like lightning lure. So that is.
Did you put Mia down, or am I coming with you?
No, I set you down.
Okay. Then I will do the fog cloud on myself then.
Okay.
You don't want a feathery beard? Look all
No,
majestic?
not really.
No!
Oh,
no.
no. This poor guy. Oh, okay. All right.
Nice.
Anything you want to do, Nicholas?
This is a bonus action. Oh, how far away is he? 20. Why are you so far? Lightning lure is 15. Oh boy. Gravity.
I will
on
say
on the
he's a
upside, it seems like we have gotten whatever that thing is away from, right?
Yeah, I
Mia,
grabbed it.
Yeah,
Telekinesis.
you've got the firework away from.
I will also say
Before
he
I-
looks like a normal human, so don't do too much damage. Otherwise he'll just die.
I mean, so
Is
far
that
we haven't done
bad
any
yet?
damage. Yeah, so far we haven't done any damage.
Well, I
So
know,
I
but
think he's
like,
okay.
that's I'm just saying, like, don't accidentally do damage.
Did you want to do anything, Nicholas, in this first moment?
I guess I can try and telekinetically shove him down.
It's
If you have to
him, right?
Yeah, he has
If you
to
have
make
to see, you're gonna have to take one step to your right if you want to do something that needs sight. There you go. There's a
What's
big
your
fog
spell
cloud here.
save?
I believe 22. It is indeed 22.
All right, so he gets shoved. Okay, so here's the sequence of events. As he is struggling with his object, he kind of like clicks one last thing into place. You hear, yes! And then you watch as it trembles in his hand and then gets ripped out of his hands above him. And he looks up like, what? Turns around.
Do that.
Oni materializes next to him and like lunges out to try to grab him, and he ducks down out of the way right as Ken leaps forward and releases with the vine whip, in which he spins out of the way of that one, managing not to be hit by that. As he is spinning, the telekinetic shove from Nicholas sends him back. It's 5 feet?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
It's 5 feet back or forward.
and kind of onto this plinth pedestal in front of him, and he slumps down over the items and equipment that was laid out on there, and kind of like turns around on it and looks at the rest of you, and that's when we'll roll initiative. As Mia casts telekinesis, a billowing of deep white fog emanated out from her and now surrounds the entire side of the mountainside. So everybody go ahead and roll me initiative. As he looks at the rest of you and goes, shit!
I'm to
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Hey Kate, I think we might have to have that conversation a lot sooner than tomorrow.
Nah, you're fine.
I'm
All
always
right.
thinking of the
So-
worst.
As he's looking out over the rest of you, you can see he has two swords. He's got a long sword at his left hip and a short sword on his right. There's a heavy crossbow on the plinth next to him. He doesn't appear to be wearing any armor, and he is looking out at the rest of you with concern and anger. Oni, what are you doing?
Oni's gonna step forward, and Echo's gonna move 30 feet just so that it stays within range of me and doesn't disintegrate. And it's gonna very calmly ask a single time, "What are you doing?"
Roll me intimidation. He looks at you and sneers. I'm just out for a walk. It's a lovely night, ain't it?
All right, and then he's gonna get
It was a good
a quick,
intimidation.
a quick, a quick 3-piece non-lethal arm strikes.
Okay.
Wrong answer.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Yep. That'll hits.
All right, none of these are gonna have booming blade because I don't want to risk. I don't know if I can non-lethally booming blade,
Magic cannot be non-lethal. I have
But-
established that.
but because of that, I did crit. So the last one is actually at advantage. Okay, I was just seeing if it was another crit because it would have been funny.
15, 31, 43. Okay. He's still up.
Okay, because I just did my regular 3 attacks. If he's still good, I'll spend a key point. We're gonna flurry of blows. I forgot to click advantage, so I'm just gonna see. Okay.
Stay down. Last warning.
Alright. He's still there.
And just remember, gang, everything you do to him is advantage until my next turn now. So
Okay.
if you need to do anything non-lethally, you can get advantage. I can't help you non-lethal magic though, so just keep that in mind.
Alright.
Ruined
As
my
you
whole spiel.
ask him this question and he verbally spits back in your face, you release this flurry of attacks where it's hard to tell how quick they're coming out. Some look like they're hitting twice at the same moment, and at the final one, he staggers back against this rocky plinth on the top of the mountain, and like exhales and coughs up a bit of blood, and kind of like looks at the rest of you and sneers. Aerith, what are you doing?
I'm going to Blade Song,
Okay.
and I feel like shooting him cannot be non-lethal.
I will say that the piercing aspect of because you can shoot with like a bow non-lethally. We did that with Takashi.
Okay.
You're just basically aiming for like legs and hands, like extremities.
But my pistol is force damage, so I'll just run up.
Okay. It's a good question.
Maybe
Because that's more of like
We'll figure
if
it
he
out
survived
later.
having his arm blown off,
It's fine. He doesn't need both arms.
right? He technically doesn't.
Not useful.
Yeah, unless you don't want him to bleed out.
I'll just
Yeah, we
I
can
will
stop
say,
that.
he is looking hella wounded and definitely could not go toe to toe with any one of you, let alone 5 of you. Aerith, what are you doing?
non-lethally. I'll poke
Okay.
him.
All right.
In the
Kick him in the
feather.
balls.
Hey, don't forget, you got advantage. You could always fish for a
Oh,
non-lethal crit.
Non-lethal crit.
Okay.
Aw.
It's still 16. That's a good amount of non-lethal damage.
Yay.
Which was exactly how much you needed.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
Oh yeah.
Aerith, how do you non-lethally put this man unconscious?
That's a really
Just
good
a whip
question.
But with
As you see
rapier.
him stagger back on this plinth, his foot kind of slips over another one of those strange cylindrical objects, the one he was working on still hoisted in the air. And honestly, they just look like old Chinese fireworks, because it's essentially what they are. They're just black powder with a colored pigment in the top.
I guess I'll like how rapiers are mainly used, go for like the joints, so he can
Okay.
like just stagger back. Like he'll release what he's holding, his knees will give out, and things like that.
Okay, so as he's staggering back, you dart up this final bit of mountain, falling in line beside Oni. You see as his left foot begins to stumble out from behind him, and you jab out with your rapier, kind of hooking him in the calf and just sending him ass over tea kettle. His head smacks into the plinth, and he goes unconscious.
Was
And
that
you guys
too
are
much?
officially out of initiative.
I'm immediately
Did we
scanning.
win?
Roll me
I'm
a perception.
Ain't no way it's just him here. Ain't no way.
Roll me a perception check.
I'm adding Flash of Genius to this.
Okay.
Nat 20, come on.
All right, 15. You take a look around. You see in the air there's still some strange smoky contrails from the firework that went off, but you don't see any other people here on the mountain. You appear to be completely alone here on this mountaintop. Is anybody else?
Well, I'm gonna take out my recently purchased binoculars and yeah, Harnass. Take a look at my ship. See if they left yet.
All right. Roll me an investigation. And is anyone else doing anything?
Is there anything else up here with him? Any more of the firework-looking things or anything like that?
There's the one that Mia still has held aloft. There were 2 more on the plinth, as well as his heavy crossbow. There is flint and tinder, like a sparker for lighting the fireworks, which seemed like that was what he was struggling with when you guys got up here. But roll me an investigation check as well.
Aerith, run his pockets.
You take out your binoculars and begin looking over Parnast. You
manhandling his pockets.
Okay. Well, both you and Oni can roll me an investigation check as well. And you begin looking out over Parnast, and you see the town in the distance. It seems quiet, peaceful, almost unfairly serene, and you can see the Starlight Dragon gently drifting off to the west.
Okay. Oni's gonna take the swords and the crossbow and toss them behind him down the hill. That way he doesn't have them in the event that he wakes up.
Sounds good. Aerith, you toss through his pockets. You find a small pouch with 50 gold pieces in it. That just seemed like his wallet.
Neat, half of dinner.
You find a greasy, oily kind of food-stained handkerchief in one of his pockets, and the dagger that Oni, and then the dagger that you saw him throw earlier, because he has the short sword and the dagger.
Okay. I mean, I'm only pocketing the gold.
Anybody else doing anything? Let me go ahead and get this epic.
Mia kind of coughs a little and like sidesteps out of the fog, and then kind of just like stands over here.
I'm gonna keep my eye on everything, because last time we had just the one thing we were fighting, another thing popped up and killed our friend. So,
is there anything behind here? If we take a peek behind the giant, massive rock formation blocking the side off, is there anybody tucked down back here?
No. You poke your head around and make sure that all the little nooks and crannies are empty. There isn't a single breath of life up here. But what you do notice, about 5 minutes or so after knocking this man unconscious, off to the east, on a mountaintop, it's hard to gauge how far away, but you see another firework.
Uh-oh.
If we're lucky, he didn't get a whole thing out.
The color.
What is the color?
It's red. They're like bright red fireworks that explode with this bright reddish orange.
Maybe 2 just meant everything's fine, and 3 was everything's bad.
Yeah, he was definitely grumbling, which is why I ran up here, because I heard him say if I could just get the last one off. So hopefully that at least doesn't convey fully what he was trying to convey.
Well,
We could
why
ask
we wait
him.
for him to wake up? I want to do augury to see how bad it is.
Now you can play with your cards.
Yeah.
Now I can play and see how bad it is.
Please tell me when he does. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Please tell me Nicholas just kind of sits down real quick and starts playing a game of solitaire to figure out what the.
Yeah. I think
Todd's kind of drawing the card. I mean, he needs to flip the top of the deck.
All right.
I mean, there's 2 ways he could do it. He could either play cards or he could use the his ever smoking
One
pipe
bumps.
than whatever the smoke signals give him.
What if you do both?
Right?
What if you just smoke during the game of solitaire
could do
and the
that.
smoke forms?
Okay. Okay. So, what is your first pulling some other result of a specific course or action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes? What is your first augury about?
Us grabbing the rocket, the last rocket.
Firework.
Yes.
You play out your hand of solitaire, and the way that the Modrons speak to you, and you recognize their unique kind of style to this, like the way the cards come out. They're always right side up, whereas when you used to do these auguries and Mistra would have her own little hand in it, the cards would come out looking different. They'd have caricatures on them or a little bit more like style. It's obvious that you're speaking with a Modron now. Taking the additional rockets, the fireworks, would neither be good nor bad. It wouldn't really affect much.
Hmm.
Mm.
What other
Well.
questions? Because it has to be an action that you're going to take. It's not something that you've already done, I don't think.
Yep, and it would be whether that action will benefit you, harm you, do neither, or both. Those are basically the 4 answers you can get.
Hmm.
And this one, it really won't. Just wouldn't affect anything.
Ask if it'll benefit us to fire off one of the other ones that he wasn't
Yeah,
trying
that
to fire
is true.
off.
That is true. Would it benefit us to launch the last rocket?
That would come up with woe. That is a bad result.
Not the one we took, because you said there were 2 others along with the one that he had in his crossbow, right? Are they all the same? It's literally just he had a set of 5 red fireworks.
Yep, he had 5 red fireworks up here.
What if we shoot off all 5 of them? What do you think 5 means?
This would be my last question, so...
What if you ask, is it okay if we take a nap? Because I'm starting to get tired.
It is late. It is probably about 1 a.m. You guys have had a day, so maybe
And we just ran up a mountain.
Essentially.
I will ask if we will be fine if we wait until the guy wakes up.
You would be fine. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. As you flip the cards, they come out in a positive, reassuring manner in which you can build your solitaire houses without frustration.
Alright. Well, good thing that last rocket did not fire.
There aren't
I
any
like-
others that you can see. Just the one that you saw fire off far to the east. But beyond that, the night has been silent. You've been here for probably about 20 minutes or so, as Nicholas wraps up his auguries, and you hear, "Drank too much." Oh. Did you guys ever do anything with him? Tie him up, secure him?
Yeah,
I
I didn't want to interrupt. Oni is gonna definitely tie him up, and he's also gonna put his portable hole on the ground. And once he's tied up, drop him in that 10-foot pit to let him chill.
Okay. So as you hear, because it's gotta be flat, so it's probably down here because it's 10 foot. So as Oni picks up, are there 2 songs playing?
Are there? No.
The echo will help him kind of drag him
Yeah.
down to the hole, and just kind of once we got him securely tied, arms and legs bound, we've patted him down, make sure he doesn't have daggers or anything to cut his way out. We'll put him in the hole and wait for him to wake up.
None that you could find, aside from the one dagger that Aerith had pulled from like a sheath along his back. You secure his hands and feet. Roll me a survival check.
I'm not the knots that knot the knot.
Right? The gods would have trouble getting out of this.
Unless they use magic.
You secure him quickly and and deftly dropping him into the 10-foot hole with a thunk. He hits the bottom and has his 15-20 minute nap deep within the hole. As Nicholas wraps up his augury, you hear the rustling as he awakens within and looks up at the two Onis standing over the hole above him and just scowls.
Was it a good walk?
Fruitful, mostly. Hopefully they got the message. How about you? Did you enjoy the little gift I left you guys?
Are you talking about the boulder?
Looks over at Aerith. He's like hog-tied, like laying on his side at the bottom of this hole. So he just like tilts his head over. Yeah, the boulder.
It didn't touch us.
It proved to be a good friend and let us pass.
We asked it nicely to step aside.
And it looks between all of you. What do you want with me? Why am I still alive?
I'm gonna just slowly fly over and like land right in front of him.
He's in a hole.
Kid's just crouched over the hole, looking down like, all right, bud, it's time to talk.
So it's clear you know who we are, and we already figured out who you are and who you're with. Let's just cut the bullshit. Where's your bosses? Where are they at?
Roll me a persuasion check. And then like add a d4. Go ahead, roll it for me, Mia. It's crazy because it was a 15 that you needed, so he got you
Yeah.
almost all the way there. As he starts, you see the sneer on his face, and he starts to make a snide remark about being his own boss. And as he does, his voice instead betrays him, and he goes, "They're in the Dales. Where do you think they are?"
Okay. Which Dale specifically are they at? Or are they in all of them?
He just shrugs. I don't know where they are right now. I was left behind to send a message if you showed your face in Parnast, which you did, so I did.
What do each of the rocket signals mean?
Right?
Roll me a
That's my
persuasion
one.
check.
Persuasion.
He looks at you. And
Not
he
very
goes,
intimidating. Just a short gnome.
I don't even know who you are. You're not. Are you new? Are you their new intern? Actually, I don't know you.
Hello.
Just wave at him.
Just like shakes his head. What are you gonna do with me? And he looks up at Ken.
Well, that depends on you. What did the rocket signals mean?
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Does 2 mean something different than 3? I will still also give you more as well, just because.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, just because we're pretty sure that it's a higher DC.
No, well, it was a 20, and he hit it. He kind of like looks at
Can't hurt.
you. I was told to fire 3 red rockets if the Wanderers of Starlight showed up, 2 if the Cities of the Sword Coast showed up, and 1 if I was discovered.
How many did
The
you
extras
fire
were
off?
there in case they were duds. I got 2 before you got here.
Well, what did 2
So
mean
they
again? I
think
forgot.
that the cities are attacking?
2 was the city. Yeah, I think.
Ah,
He
okay.
said
So,
2
like,
was
members of the
city.
city showed up.
The Cities of the Sword Coast are making their move. 3 was you guys. It's basically like it was essentially like the more fucked we are scale.
a DEFCON 1 or 3 sort of deal.
Yeah, exactly. The other
What
2
would
were there as the
happen?
bears.
What would happen if you fired all of them?
They'd
Like
probably
5
think
of
that
them?
they'd probably think that I was compromised and that someone who didn't know the code was firing them.
So should we do that? Because then they would. Well, actually, one of them answered. What does it mean if they answered with a red one?
Well, I got my message at least, but with no way to confirm that they got the right message from me, well, they might just be prepared for anything. Who knows?
I mean, I figured they kind of would be already prepared for anything, right?
Should we just
That doesn't
keep him in
change
the hole?
much.
Yeah, I can even fold the hole up with him in there, and unless he can get himself untied to break out, he's not going to be able to break out. We can just carry him with us if we want to.
Struggle
Do you want to come with
vainly.
us?
No. I want to go back to my bar and forget this night ever happened.
Well, you shouldn't have done that if you wanted to just go be at your bar.
Yeah.
You could have just stayed
Unfortunately,
there.
that ship has sailed.
He looks away from
Well-
the two of you and at Ken. So you were gonna kill
You
me
know-
from the beginning anyway.
I mean, we could have just killed you.
You know-
anyway.
I mean, we don't have
Yeah.
to kill. Like, we can literally take you back down to the city because we confirmed that you're cultist. They already are
You might
aware
just go in
you are a
jail,
cultist.
though.
Yeah, they can. I mean, you can just get locked up from here on out, which arguably would be worse than death, because then prison.
Is that worse than death?
Yes, it is.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, don't go to prison. Got it.
Yeah, if you can help it, Mia, don't go to prison.
What if-
Especially
let you know
D&D
if
prison.
Yeah, we'll let you know if you're about to do something illegal, and we'll try and stop you.
Okay.
Don't
Sounds
put a
good.
bag of holding in a bag of holding.
Yeah, don't do
Space
that.
cops will come get you. He
Okay.
kind of like
Now we know what
looks
the
between
good
you.
Yankee look like.
Go ahead, Ken.
I honestly, like, I'm sorry we're getting like sidetracked, but I honestly thought, like, when he first described them, I honestly thought they were like space lizard people. Like, that was my initial like.
Kinda.
No, they're
Oh.
space toads.
Space,
Food is much
space
better.
toad.
Yeah.
But Ken will, like, stand up, brush himself off. Well, good news. Go to prison. Bad news. At least I'll try to make it as painless as possible.
Or we could just take him with us and then tell his bosses that he betrayed the cult. I'm pretty sure they'd love to have him back.
It's too much
Seems
work.
like a lot of work.
Why was you, sir? Why did you join the cult in the first place? What were you thinking?
Oh man.
What were you thinking? Grandpa's very disappointed in you.
He sneers out of the hole up to Nicholas. I've lived my life kissing the boots of the nobility that come through our town and destroy everything and take and take and take, and I just couldn't do it anymore. And when they came through, well, I was willing to hear another perspective, and
And what, you think the cult is different?
he stops. He goes, they are different. They're at least not the same bullshit that has been running our society for centuries. And he looks over at the very, very old gnome that is casting judgment down on him.
No, it's not my fault. I'm not a noble. Don't blame me.
It's probably because
I joined-
Besides, you should have chosen. Do you not realize what you've done, boy?
What?
You do realize
You're
the
doing.
cult
You're
is-
no better than the nobles.
Yeah.
Do you not
it's
think
just
for
a
yourself? And he's gonna
different
poke him in the
face.
head with his stick.
Takes the poke and he's just I am better than the nobles because I'm trying to change things. They just want it all to stay the same so that they can keep taking advantage of it.
What do you think the cult's going to do, boy? Hmm?
He kind of like he looks at you like, oh, I don't have all the details. I was told they were changing the world for the little man to
They're
bring us out of
essentially
our...
changing
They're
one
going
ruler
to kill the
another.
little man.
Yeah. They have no concern for anyone other than their hierarchy. And when I say hierarchy, I do not mean their members. I mean their high-ranking members.
You are just a pawn
You're
to them.
expendable. Yeah, 100%. They are using you. They're taking advantage of your situation, your hatred of the nobles, to really fucking get at us with no concern for you. So you've made a decision that you will now have to live with by the grace of Ken here, and he kind of gestures to Ken. Because I think the average person would have killed you outright.
He listens and like while he was talking, he started to be filled with this like this passion. Like he was becoming more like he's struggling against his binds, and as you're talking, he looks over at you and looks at Ken as you motion to him, and you see the fight go out, and he just kind of like slumps into himself. I suppose I have. Very well then. Take me back to Ponast. They'll send me to some prison far away, and I'll live out the rest of my life with the others that have managed to survive you.
I mean, maybe you could talk to the guards. They were really nice. You could talk to them and ask them if you could maybe like work with them and do better. And you were really sorry for what you did, and maybe they could use your help if you are sorry.
I was gonna say, can we roll insight to see if he's actually sorry, if he's just putting up a facade?
Roll me insight. It... It seems like he's most sorry about being caught. Honestly, that's really what he's most remorseful about. He, as Oni was talking, he realized that he was kind of like a bear in a trap, or like an animal in a trap. And there was as you're watching him, Nicholas, there's a telltale kind of like surrender, but it wasn't a unconscious one. It was a choice to give up the fight for now to continue it in the future.
Nicholas is just gonna look at Ken, give a sigh, just nod his head no.
Well, like I said, we're gonna be going to prison. And if you would have met me a couple months ago when I was or not a couple months ago, a couple weeks ago when I was having an episode, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'll try to make it as painless as possible, okay? Whichever God you pray to, I hope you
You might want to start.
I hope you, whenever you come back or reincarnate, whatever the fuck, try to do better, okay?
Oh God.
Jesus Christ. As painless as possible.
Quick as painless.
Oh, and it's gonna do that, like pulling the tablecloth out magician trick and bump him out of the hole so that he doesn't destroy his fucking portable hole at the same time.
Well, if he's in the hole, then you can close the hole with him in it.
No, I'm not close. I'm fine with him dragging, but I just don't want him to annihilate my hole. He's dragon breathing into the hole, and the hole is the whole space that it occupies. So I'm gonna do a quick little, sleight of hand magician trick to just pull it out and pop him onto the ground.
Right, as you see Ken reel back, and with the insightfulness of Oni, this understanding of the situation, you reach down and with a flick of your wrist and a tug, Ragnar is thrown out of the hole, jettisoned like a plug out of a drain, just into the air. He bonks onto the ground with a and looks up at Ken just as the platinum light builds in front of his mouth, and the single beam of energy cuts across the mountainside off to the east as the platinum light goes out for about 60 feet before, or 30 feet before dissipating, and all that's left is a hog-tied, burned husk that is just sort of, it's force damage, right?
Yeah, it's force. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's force.
Yeah. So he just looks like he was beaten and battered like a Midoriya after the. Yeah. Like every inch of his body just looks like it was
Mr.
punished.
Muscles.
Yeah. And he just he's just like smoking there, his body on the ground as Ken. The dragon breath ends, and you are the 5 of you now standing. One less person here on this mountaintop.
Well, I guess he didn't want to do better.
Yeah, he, unfortunately, no. And Mia, this is unfortunately what we have to do when we come across cultists. I mean, maybe if they just recently joined, maybe there's a chance of a change of heart, but 9 times out of 10, they're too far gone. And
Can I still ask them?
it's worth a shot. I'll give you that much. But if it comes to shove, we have no choice.
She just nods and looks back down at him.
But you have to do it exactly like Ken did, okay? You have to open your mouth and breathe force on them.
That's
Okay. Hold
a
on.
little excessive, but
She just opens her mouth and exhales really hard.
And then a feather beard comes out. No, I'm
Hold
kidding.
I will say it's funny you cast Dragon Breath on him, because I was thinking about threatening with my toad and casting Dragon Breath on my toad.
Get him, Todd.
Rabbit.
Imperfect.
Okay, so I guess we're starting the expedition proper.
Can we
Since they-
sleep first? I'm tired.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm
Eric,
already
while I got
ritually
you up.
casting Liam's tiny hut.
Are we closer here than we were if we were in town to the path we were going to take?
No, you're a little bit further. You kind of went more north than you needed to go south-ish.
Oh.
But it'll only delay for a couple hours of extra hiking.
Okay, and we wouldn't be heading back to town. We were just heading straight there, correct?
Up to you guys. You could. The map you have of the area surrounding Parnast includes where you are. So you could find a path down off the mountain from here, especially since you actually have the map with you and can reference it live and not just on Ken's memory. You could probably find a path from here there, or you could go back the way you came and track back to Parnast, rest there, and leave tomorrow. It's up to you guys.
We can just dive off the mountain and fly.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, fly back and rest there, and then head out in the morning.
Okay.
So, Eric, cut that out. I will actually.
I'm almost done here.
I know, but we're gonna go sleep in actual beds. We're gonna need all the energy we can. Well, I got you here. I need you to send a message to someone.
Okay.
Send a message to Robert.
All right.
Let him know to let his boss know that we're starting our expedition, and we'll find a spot for them, and to not say, well, yeah, pretty much like please, please keep in accordance with our agreement.
Nicholas doesn't know that they consorted with demons, does he?
No, I don't think so.
He would have a very stern word if he knew.
This is why he doesn't.
Yeah, probably.
So I'll send the message to Robert.
Okay. All right. Did you want to craft the message, or do you just want to
Do I have to?
not worry about it?
I
Okay.
really don't want to worry about it.
I
You
know.
just
I know.
RP it.
You
However many
Cast
sendings
out
it
the-
takes.
you cast the message out. It'll just be the one
Okay.
to Robert, to alert him that you're, of the message from Ken. A moment passes, and you hear Robert's voice in your head as a reply. That kind of hollow, ringing tone of his helmet, just personified in his very soul. Sounds good. I'll pass on the message. Why didn't you guys stop by? When you were in the area? Don't you like me anymore?
He's now
Ask the
super clingy.
question after ascending. Haven't you learned?
They always do.
He always does. It's up to you.
I'll fine. I'll
You
use another
would
one.
be able to recognize
Yeah.
that his tone was teasing. He was very much not asking for like a serious answer. He was just teasing you with the, I know you were nearby. Why didn't you,
Say
Pop in
hi.
and say hello, Seinfeld style.
right? Exactly.
Just like tell your sucky
So, I'll-
bitches to, recognize the fucking ship.
I mean, we could literally have this argument all night long because he'd reply with, I didn't know you guys got the ship fixed. That's awesome.
How's it running now?
Yeah, pretty much. Is it fireproof or acid proof? But while you're sending the messages, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, before we start heading out, Mia just unhappily walks over to Ken and lifts up her arms like a child waiting to be picked up. That he says that we have to go back to town first before we sleep.
Oh, okay.
A piece.
All right. I'll give her a piggyback ride, and I guess get ready to just fly back down.
Okay. All right. So you guys aren't going to take the path you took up here. You're going to just stay outside the mountain and just fly back to the town.
I grab
Yeah, it was
Nicholas.
just
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Or at
Leaving.
least as far as 4 hours can get us, because I forgot that he has wing boots, and we got to kind of work under that constraint. But we got 4 hours of flight at least.
Yeah.
Right. And if we
It'll-
need to, then Mia can switch and she can fly.
It won't be that
But-
long. It'll be that long when you're going, between full mountains, but you're basically on two different peaks of the same mountain that's building here. Between you and Parnas, there's just a small valley between. The cave network connected both. So you can easily get over there. It'll take about an hour and a half of flight time.
Oh, hell yeah.
Off your boots, but you can get down there or back to the town faster than you got up here, and you don't have to deal with the giant rock that's plugging the hole, the pathway back.
Right.
Because that was my question. Last question: do you leave Ragnar's body up here?
Probably.
probably
Well,
bring it.
do we want to bring it back for them to deal with?
Yeah.
I mean, we should probably bury it and get rid of the evidence.
Or we could bring it back to them because we told them that he was guilty of something, and it might look weird that we chased after him and then came back without him.
It's
Yeah.
probably going to look a little weird regardless of it, because
Yeah.
he just hit it with a breath, and now he looks like he was just beaten by 20 people in the span of 2 seconds. So we're gonna have to be like,
I
hey,
mean,
he was bad. Turns out was a bad guy. So this is reasonable force.
he attacked us. Yeah, we defended ourselves.
You attacked him. He wouldn't attack a superior
we don't
force
know
like
that.
this.
Well, we don't have to tell the guards that.
Oh, okay. I see what we're doing. Okay.
We heard.
We're coming up with a
We
lie.
heard. History is decided by the victor. So
Yeah.
this is how it happened.
God, why is that
Right?
so true?
Oh my god. All right. So, Ragnar's body. Yes or no?
I say we bring it back.
Yeah, I vote we bring it back and just try to give him a modified.
You
Do
will
we want to wrap
say.
him in something?
Yeah, I was gonna say probably not a good thing to just bring a corpse into town after
Well,
we
we're not
said we'd
just-
stay out of
Yeah,
trouble.
We're not just gonna walk like. You're not gonna walk in with his slung over our shoulder. Like, we just got a deer or something. We've got a bunch of bag of holding. We also have the portable hold. We'll put him in something so that they don't see us with a dead body as we're walking back into town.
Wonderful. Okay. Right,
Dude,
so
we
would
did say we wouldn't cause problems, and yeah.
I mean, he caused the problem.
He did. He tried to get away, but
Right?
he rolled a 23 on his stealth to get out of there, and you
Mhm.
just hit it, Aerith. He was so close. Okay, so I'd say the portable hole is probably the easiest to get a corpse in and out of because it doesn't have that 2-foot wide opening that you kind of have to like sock around them.
Easiest to get a corpse in and out of.
Hey, the shit you have to think about.
Mhm.
From there, Aerith with the broom can carry Nicholas without really. It slows you down a little bit, but you're essentially the same speed as Ken now. And the 5 of you can fly back to Parnast. You do get back at about 3 in the morning. There is a single guard still kind of on station there in the center of the city. And how do you guys enter the city? Where do you land and where do you come in?
I want to say the docks, just to make things easier.
We airship ourselves in.
Who do we moor
Probably.
to the docks if we land ourselves? Todd? Can Todd hold the fort down for us?
The docks are recognizable. They have like arcane lights on the top of them, like watchtowers, so that flying ships can see them at night. But there are no ships docked there anymore. You were the only ship that was docked, and now the dragon has left the building.
I'm glad it wasn't what AJ thought, though. It would have been hilarious and heartbreaking if they were rocketing the fucking ship when we tried to get them to leave for their own safety.
I thought to myself, I'm like, that is a good idea. But no. He has a different plan, and yeah.
I guess we could come up the same pathway we like walked up because I'm sure the guards saw us like bolted down this road.
All right, landing outside of town and following it in, trudging through the now refreezing snow as it has gotten fucking cold. The thrill of battle and going through the cave, you didn't really notice it when you were running through the woods and chasing after him. But Mia, on the flight home on Kenton's back, his metal armor is an ice
Don't
cube.
lick it. Don't lick it.
It was you probably had to just fly to get away from the cold because it was just so frigid.
I'll just cast fire shield on myself
Yeah,
for the cold one.
Yeah, and you surround yourself in a little bit of warmth. Aerith, you probably have to reach into the bag of holding to grab your parka while riding on the broom because it is frigid. We're talking like 12 degrees out right now. Icy.
Oh
cold.
god damn it. That was the only thing that could trigger it.
Do it.
What is it?
Oh,
What is
boy.
it? 17. 18 is the fog cloud. Or no, 18 is the feather deer.
Oh, yeah.
70 each
Or
creature
invisible.
within 30
Hey, we're all
feet.
invisible. Perfect. Each
Okay.
creature within 30 feet becomes invisible for the next minute.
As you Harry Potter your way through the air and you watch as all of your friends vanish from sight because none of you can see invisibility. You're all just invisible now.
Whoops.
You hope and
It's
trust
fine.
that everything's okay. And after, what is it, an hour?
For the next minute.
Okay, for the next minute. Okay. After a minute
Yeah.
of flying through the air, everyone reemerges, kind of looks at each other with a,
Ah,
that was weird.
Mia, what the fuck?
You land outside the city. Walking in, you see that one guard who has remained on night duty kind of sitting by the central well. He's bundled up in a very thick coat, and as you walk in, he stands up and narrows his eyes at you and recognizes you, raises one hand, and starts to approach you guys. Go ahead and just rearrange you based off of normal marching order and the angle you're coming.
We succeeded. Yay!
He meets you halfway. I didn't expect you to return tonight. Were you able to find Ragnar?
Well,
Yes.
Is your chief available, or will we have to wait until the morning to give a report on the situation? Because there's some things to discuss.
Well, it's really just the five of us and one other. There isn't really a chief. We don't get a lot of crime up here. Mostly people just enjoy themselves and don't harm each other. Let's
That's
go to
really impressive. Genuinely impressive that you only have 5 guards out here.
It's a small town. There's 6 total. There's the 5 you've met and one other. But normally, there's only about 500 people who live here, and the visitors can be rowdy at night, but nothing that we haven't handled past. If you want, I could listen to your report and we could take it from there.
Sure. Is the I forgot the name of the tavern already. The one that we got the rooms for. Is the concierge available? Are we able to I guess occupy the rooms that we paid for earlier?
Yeah. You have
Like a day and a half paid up?
Yeah, you have
Right.
3 days paid
And
for.
they're no longer there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, 2 nights paid for. That was because so 2 nights are paid for, and they're no longer there. So you guys can basically just walk in. There's no one at the front desk, but there weren't necessarily locks on the doors either. It was a very kind of strange. Just none. I mean, there are locks when you're inside it, but none of the doors were locked. You guys weren't given a key. You were just told what room to go to and occupied it. And so as you head into the tavern, the guardsman, who, let me get a name for him. We're gonna call you. I hate that. Use that one. That one's
That one's bad.
lame. Detective names. We're gonna call him Billy Snow because it's just. I know. My family moved here long ago, and we took the surname Snow because of snow. And,
The snow?
I was named after my grandfather William, but I prefer the moniker Billy. So
Good to know, Mr. Snow. Now, growing up, did you catch a lot of flack for your initials being BS?
No, I owned that from an early age. I tried to make myself as full of BS as I could.
Powerful. I respect it.
Do you like the snow or do you hate it?
I like it. It's peaceful. I like the quiet. I like.
Even though it's cold?
Well, that's what layers are for, right? And he kind of, as he steps into your room, he takes off his outer parka, and you realize he's got like another jacket on underneath and another shirt. Man's layered up deep.
That sounds uncomfortable.
You get used to it. It's I mean, look, he kind of motions over at Ken, who's, I'm assuming, still wearing your armor because you never really said you
Oh
doffed it.
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and let the kiddos deactivate and relax.
He kind of like, as your armor comes to life and scurries away from you, he kind of steps back. Well, I was gonna say, as your friend here knows, sometimes armor can make you feel safer, and
But it's
sometimes
so
these.
uncomfortable. I just like to breathe.
Anyway, Ragnar, what happened?
Oh, right, he's dead.
Oh.
Yeah, there's more to it than that, but let me start from the beginning.
Yes, please. Let me get out my notebook. And he kind of like finishes taking off another layer of clothing and then pulls a small pad or small pad of parchment out from a
the cop's like, so what about that guy you said? And Mia immediately, you kids want to see a dead body?
It's about the man who has lived in this town for decades, who you've murdered. Go ahead, start from the beginning. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He rolled well enough not to jump to that conclusion, but he is concerned, and he does want to know the full story of everything you've discovered and whatever you know.
So
Did we bring that firework thing with us just to be able to show them?
I'm sure one of us would
If you
have
wanted
taken
to.
it.
yeah, and the dagger with the logo on it.
Okay. All good evidence. Okay. Do you hold anything back?
Probably the whole hog tying them and basically
Interrogation.
yeah, deleting him with dragon breath part, but I'll explain that got into he was signaling to the cult that we were here. We stopped them just before the message was complete. Fight broke out. We had to defend ourselves. We interrogated him briefly. Hard confirmed that he was part of the cult, and he broke free again, and we had no choice but to put him down.
I need you to roll me a deception check.
I'm ready with the gun.
Can I give the guard 3 on insight?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
You're fucking portents, man.
They are probably broken.
Still, roll me a deception.
Either way, ready to buff Ken.
Okay, that is definitely gonna be enough. You've gotten good at this, Ken. Unfortunately, you've had to cover up a few choices from the party. Yeah. He nods along. We'll have to find out who's going to be inheriting his tavern. Perhaps Gandalin will be willing to take over. Did you leave his body there on the mountaintop? Or should we be?
No, we brought it. Obviously, we didn't actually, carry it around to prevent any.
We put it in a
panic.
hole.
Yeah. Do you have a graveyard or something of equivalent here?
Yes. Beyond the small chapel district, we have. It's only a number of small churches. There is a graveyard as well. However, he kind of stalls because there's a look over his face of trying to decide how to phrase something. He's also pretty tired because at this point it's about 5 in the morning. His shift is coming to an end. He's been kind of sitting, keeping his eye on the town square out the window in your hotel room. Real estate land, space appears. It's hard to come by. We don't normally bury our dead. We have a crematorium that we utilize to finalize the departure of those who live here. I can. I'll see to the process. Alert his next of kin.
Okay. What do you want us to do with the body?
Would you like the corpse now or later?
Not in the tavern. I'll lead you to the crematorium, and he'll lead you over to there. By the time you get there, it's about 6:30 in the morning, or 6 in the morning, and dawn is rising, or 5:30. Dawn's starting to break over the eastern horizon. He kind of like unlocks the door himself and lets himself in, and just motions for where you should be able to lay Ragnar's body. You have to go outside to put the hole down because it's big. It's 10-foot diameter. You need like a 20-foot round space. But you retrieve his body and offer it to him. There's or provide it to him. When seeing the state of it, he kind of like crunches his face up like, damn, I don't want to be on the receiving end of whatever just hit him, because it looked like he got hit by 4 trucks.
And then a fireball.
But
and then another fireball. And then another fireball. And then lightning.
He thanks you guys. And tiredly shows you out of the like crematorium morgue, kind of all encapsulating. It doesn't get used very often building. And
All right. And now, if we don't go to bed, I'm going to kill one of you.
yeah,
We're going to bed.
Okay. You guys trudge tiredly back to your inn room. As you step in, the older half-elven woman who runs the tavern brightly greets you in the morning with an offer for breakfast that you just raise your hand and walk by, heading up to your rooms, separating yourselves out. You have who's alone and who's sharing rooms, because you have 2 rooms that have 2 beds and 1 room that's got 1
I
big
call
bed.
single.
Harrison the single.
Why don't you let one of the ones that don't need just 4 hours take this thing?
I was just going with it because he got to it
Fine.
first, but I'm willing to listen to arguments.
Mia just
I mean, I'm not gonna argue against it for them. I'll really take whatever. But I feel
I
like
push
me and
Ken
you
to the
being that
single.
we just trance. You know?
Well, I'm an old man, and I would prefer some privacy in my sleep, so I
push
would
Ken for
prefer
the
the
single.
single.
Is anyone stopping Aaron?
What you're
Mia
giving?
just follows wherever Ken goes.
Okay.
I'll take one of the rooms with the double beds.
Okay. So Ken and Mia head into one of the. They're still queens, but it's like a double queen room.
Yeah.
And then Aerith pushes past Nicholas as he states his elder infirmity and asks for the large bed. And Aerith pushes into the room and
Youth these
Yeah.
days.
I'm
No
gonna
respect
poke
for
my
the elders.
I'm gonna poke my head out just before I enter. Aerith, don't be a dick.
I'm not trying to be. I'm just tired.
Very well. And I'll just share the room with Oni.
Okay.
Oni gives him that like I tried. Look.
Yes, I know.
I don't, you know.
Nicholas really doesn't care. He's just as tired as you. He'll just be happy to have a bed. He's more teasing you than anything.
That's fair. All right, you each find yourselves comfortable in warm beds with heavy covers and soft mattresses. The windows have been cracked, so there's a really crisp, cool, kind of fresh breeze constantly blowing into the room, and refreshing the air. And you all retire for your long rest. And as you lay down, the day's adventure, the conversations here in Parnas, the fun evening there in the Dire Dagger, the near heart attack at learning that the cult is still present somewhat here and might be able to or might have realized or recognized you guys. I'm trying to figure out the right words for it. You find sleep a little harder to get. There's a lot of things just running through your mind, but when you finally do fall asleep, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Don't like the sound of that, but okay, here we go.
13. Okay. As you drift into sleep, you find yourself dreaming, and consciously aware of a dream. You're in a kind of staticky, fuzzy space. The rough here, actually, let me see, where's the music? I think this one. The rough shapes of a forest kind of flicker in and out of your view as you stand in this it's like looking at a TV with really bad reception. It's just hard to make out anything in particular. In front of you, you see sitting atop a tree stump the familiar shape of a former ally of yours. As Rose sits and kind of has their arms, their like elbows on their knees, their head in their hands. Taz McKella next to them, the hand on their shoulder. Roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Okay, 15. Let's see. You you can't make out the distinct words. Just that there seems to be some sort of conversation going on between the two of them. You creep forward and you hear Rose. No, I mean, come on. They'll reach out. I mean, I know things got really intense there, but I mean, they're just being butthurt, pouting about me pushing that confrontation. But I wasn't just gonna stand there and. They kind of look over at Taz, who nods. I know, dear. I know. They'll reach out. What do you do?
Can I like try to pat Rose on the shoulder? I guess try to find a way to like, dude, we've been trying to reach out to you. Do you hear me? Like in that sort of sense.
Okay. Roll me a charisma check.
Been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
You reach out towards Rose, and as you do, it's like one of those hallways that just stretches and stretches and stretches. Rose stays where they are, but is also impossibly far away, just outside of your reach. Let's see. You hear again, Rose. They wouldn't just abandon me, right? I mean, we've been through so much. Come on. No, they wouldn't abandon me, but I can't be the one to call first. Aerith has sending. He'll reach out. Looks over at Taz. Right?
Oh man.
As you continue to try to reach Rose to call out to them, there's a moment where they look over their shoulder and look almost directly at you and go, yeah, I don't need to hear it right now. It's fine. Looks back at Taz. I'll just keep trying, Dream. I'll just keep trying. Maybe it'll get through. Maybe, I mean, Bastille said that things were going to be weird for a bit, and magic might be a little iffy. I'll keep trying. They'll reach out. And as Taz kind of nods and rubs Rose's back with her left arm, left hand, you feel the dream start to unravel like a rope coming apart with the very threads around you. And you awaken with a single tear just running down your cheek in your nice, comfy, warm bed here.
Oh man, now I'm sad.
I'm sorry. Is there anything?
Well, I gotta find a way to bump up my charisma.
Anything you do in this moment?
Everybody.
We're going back to sleep.
I mean, I'm probably gonna be too sad to like attempt to sleep. I need my rest though. I'm gonna try to sleep, but
Roll me a wisdom saving throw. This is a DC 10 to be able to control your own mind. Okay.
Hey.
It's hard. You've had to recount this story a few times now. Rose's departure from the party, and I've said this both in character and above table, was more impactful than a lot of other departures because Rose was your face. They were the one that talked to everybody and manipulated everybody into loving them. Like, absolutely. So you've had to answer this question a few times, and each time I've heard it personally. Ken has found himself questioning those choices, the choices of how things went down, how things unraveled. And those scenes play over and over and over. It's also early morning by this point. It's probably about 8 o'clock in the morning when you wake up, and you still need at least another 4 hours of sleep, which is hard because you're on usually a pretty good sleep schedule, so this is not your normal time of sleeping. You do eventually find your rest, but the party finishes their long rest late in the day at around 1 p.m. on the 25th day when everyone finally emerges from their tavern rooms feeling rested and ready for the adventure ahead. And that, I think, will be where we pick up next week, if everyone's cool with that.
yeah.
But before,
yeah.
we must see the dice.
Yes. So we'll pick up with morning training, which morning training you can find here in the city of Parnast. Wow, that's a lot of lows. That's bad for me.
Yep.
Ken having had a very interesting night's rest. And, yeah. That was fun. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get away, and when I rolled that 23, I was like, okay, all right. Let me roll some perception checks, because I was going to use your passives, but considering the alcohol, I was like, I'll roll checks to see what the dice have to say. That was good, Aerith. You barely saw him.
That would be really bad if we did not see him.
I'm sure that'd be fine. Just wake up to Parnast under attack.
Yep. And, just like 1 or 2 dragons out of nowhere.
I will say, you guys awaken. There is no sign of any, like, it's middle of the day. The town is well within its normal operations. Everything seems fine. At this point, they're trying to figure out what to do with the drunken. Is it the golden tankard?
Golden tankard, yeah.
Golden tankard, yep. Trying to figure out what to do with it. That's the biggest problem. Is that one of their members of their city just died last night, and they're like, "Well, shit."
The guy who owned the tavern is dead. What do we do with it?
Well, we own it now. Easy.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Oh my
You
god.
have the deed.
I'm sure we can find it somewhere.
I'm sure you could. Oh man, that was good. That was fun. All right.
Poor Ken.
I'm so sorry, Ken. I hope
Just
that
send a
did
message, you'll be fine.
Rose justice there, G.
Yeah.
That was a special
Just
gift
kidding.
from one player to another, Ken.
We tried to reach out. The
It's
barrier
okay.
was
Not
too strong.
Don't worry, it's not over yet. That was step 1 of the present.
I could just, the silence is cutting so heavy. I could just
That
see
is
Ken's
worse.
like that, especially having now met AJ in person. I could just see him being like, "What?"
Please don't hurt me.
I did say that there were limitations and that physical damage was not possible. So don't worry about that.
Okay. I mean,
Emotional damage.
yeah, that's what I was meaning, but physical, like no physical damage is also good.
Oh man. was fun. Dire Dagger. I came up with that today. I was like, I need like a theme bar, like something that's like shticky and could be run by like a retired adventurer. And I was like, what would be hilarious is like a rogue who just got tired of robbing people outright and created.
Wants to do it legally on the up and up.
Right? I want to go to a theme bar. That sounds awesome.
Oh my god! I was so hoping I could beat Oni's passive at one point, but man, a +9 in
Nope.
stealth can only
It's
get you so
hard.
far.
Oh, bro, if we
25.
manage, if we manage to level up, it's going up because I'm gonna take skill expert
No.
and put expertise and
Uh.
perception.
I will say I have the arcs planned, and by the time, let's see, it'll be 15. You should be 16 when we do the swap back. So you should get 2 more levels on Oni.
Oh hell yeah! That motherfucker's gonna have a 30 in his passive perception.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Either save, roll saves, or I'll just use a 5th level spell to negate this trap. It's like you can do that now. You're right.
Yeah.
You are almost gods.
Like I was gonna do the same thing just with telekinesis, but you have to be able to see.
Yeah.
That
I mean-
was too funny.
If nobody was there, he would have just phased through it.
Well,
See,
good to know you.
I
Goodbye.
I completely forgot. I picked up that cave from the mountebank the last time we were there, so I could have also just look, get a little bit of a crack and teleport on the other side of it. I completely forgot it was there until I went to add in winter clothing.
At the moment he said there was a tripwire, I'm like, oh no, what's happening? Look at my
Here we
spell
go.
list. What do I have on my spell list?
Hell yeah! See, like he really didn't have a lot of time. He had the time. Like he heard about newcomers coming into town, and was like, okay, is it go time? But you guys kind of moved through the town really quick and in a big crowd of a lot of people. And it was just Aerith and Ken that he could recognize. None of the others are known to them at all.
No, just
So
you two.
he needed a clear line of sight, and it wasn't until after dinner. And by the time that he spotted Feathers and knew he was being followed because of the Fey Bird, he rolled a 17 on the die on his insight check as to whether Feathers was on the up and up.
That's a suspicious bird.
Yeah, he bolted, and he basically had enough time to activate the trap. It had been set up ahead of time as like a failsafe, but that was all he had. That and the hope that you couldn't follow him.
Okay, I don't get anything big at 16. Just the ACI or ASI.
ASI, you'll get 15 should be
Yep, perfected armor.
yeah, and you'll get more spell
Oh, yeah.
slots too, because you won't get the 5th levels until 17.
Does was
Yeah, unfortunately.
16. Ha ha ha. 8th levels.
I'm finally
Yeah.
gonna get a 5th level spell.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
those-
ability score improvement. Oh yes, more
is a ways out.
intelligence.
It is a ways out, so you guys did just hit 14, but
That is
I
true.
wanted to let Earth know so that he could plan. That I've kind of worked out when, like, the narrative, the milestones are.
If I put all of my the stat improvements into intelligence by the end, what will I be at?
Cause I'm in con.
No,
Never.
never.
Put some in con.
Well, to be fair, I originally was gonna have a decent con, but we
It
all
was
kind of
funnier
agreed
to
that it'd be
play.
hilarious if he had
If he
really
was
shit strength
a
and
little
really
frail boy.
shit con.
Right?
tried to
And-
narratively give you, because I think you have like expertise on your.
He has expertise on Arcana, so he has a 17 plus
Jeez.
17 on Arcana checks.
I know I gave you something to help your concentration checks, because I knew that was going to be a problem because of the low con. It's in your robes. I just can't remember.
It was either in my robes or my quarterstaff, but I couldn't. I tried. I was about to send a message, but I forgot to. I cannot find the item description of those two items.
Oh no.
I have the rough draft like description, but I know that wasn't what we decided on.
Well, I have the only one I've been really referencing is the one that's in your Google Doc. I hadn't
gotta
actually
pull up my
made like
Google
a
Doc.
card for it yet.
For his robe or his staff?
I think it was on his.
Because I know his staff. You wanted to change the.
Yeah, you basically have expertise on your con saving throws from your comfy robes. You add twice your proficiency score to your con saves.
I see. Oh, I see that now. Yeah, I'm just gonna highlight that.
Yes. And then it
Gotcha.
also gives you the number of temporary hit points equal to your intelligence modifier
Oh,
plus the
never mind, I see
spell's
it now.
level.
I'm just blind.
Yep. I'll make an actual card up for it. I hadn't yet.
No, you're good. Also, I didn't know if you changed the staff at all, because I know you were talking about changing up the staff. Because we had two different ideas. One was the what was the spell? It had the non-detection as well as the contingency spell, and then the other version was this. But you wanted to change the elemental version of it.
Yes.
The last part of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah. I'll make that my focus tomorrow. Those. Okay. Cool. 'Cause I think his staff should be good as is. It'll probably just be like a. I mean, that's once per day. That's not bad. Yeah, I'm good with the staff as it's listed there.
Okay.
Cool. Because he's filling a very interesting niche, and I love it. I love how unique your characters are. They're all so great.
It's always funny to take 1 point and then throw it to the extreme.
That man had 88 hit points. 88. You had him
Twice
at,
as much as me.
he had him at 16 after the first flurry of attacks from Oni.
Yo.
And then Aerith just rolled up and went, yeah!
Whack!
I was like,
essentially pistol whipped him, but with a rapier.
yeah, when I was planning the encounter today, I was like, do I want to make it like an ambush one like you guys were expecting? And I was like, no, I think it'd be better if this was just like something that they weren't
One
ready
dude.
for, and it was just somebody sending out a signal, and it was kind of like a you either succeed or you don't, type situation. What do you guys do? And the more you did, the more of a lead you gave him more attempts to send out the rockets before you got there. So I was rolling dice behind the scene, and he was having to struggle with the fireworks to get them to light because he didn't have magic. He's not like he didn't have firebolt to just. He had
Right. He needs to actually light the match.
flint and tinder sparker on a mountaintop in 20-degree weather at night.
With the wind blowing.
Yeah, with the
Right.
wind blowing. It's like that scene from Mulan.
Fuck.
But yeah, you guys got there right in the nick of time. It was good.
Yeah, the second Aerith was following him, and it was like, okay, he's trying to do something. It was like, we gotta make some moves, gang. We gotta go.
Yo.
Yeah, probably a good
we-
idea you didn't have him sit there and cast Augury.
Yeah, I was gonna let you
Yeah.
guys. I'm gonna give him a couple
Let
more
me just take
tries.
10, 11 minutes to sit and play with cards.
I
Would it
can't
be
wait
good
to
for-
see the. Can't wait to see the description of their faces. Like they're expecting like the coalition forces, or they've seen they for like, hey, the fucking cities are. They got some people up here, and then they just see us.
And
They're
then
like,
it's,
oh,
oh, god damn it, now!
I will tell you,
Not
they have
them.
contingency plans. One for if the armies try to push through, and another if it's you guys. And
I think it's funny that we are supposedly scarier than the armies.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, is that wrong?
It's because we're wild cards, realistically. It's really hard to gauge what path we are gonna take.
it's
Well,
easy
to
to
be-
fight an army with an army. It's really hard to fight a group of 5 commandos that could do anything when all you have is an army.
I was gonna say it's funny too if they do see us like, oh no, it's Ken, Aerith, and other people.
Those
A bunch of
guys,
weirdos.
whoever these 3 randoms are, I don't know
Right.
what's going on, but we know Ken
Then
and Eric. Get them.
Oni comes out, punches this dude 8 times in the face and kills him.
So they're gonna be relieved for half a second. It's like, oh, at least it's not the full party, and then
Right.
they
At least
see
it's
us
not
do
all of
stuff,
them.
and they're
And
like,
then
oh god, no, they're
Two
worse.
heavy magic users.
The gang never just gets regular dudes. It's always these freaks of nature.
Takashi
What are
was the
they
closest we had
feeding
to a
them?
regular dude.
Yeah, Takashi
And,
was
he,
your most.
and even he was like a fucking
Yo.
mobile railgun, essentially.
He just had a giant ass bow and arrow.
Yup.
And
Hey,
you can
Kay, did
call
you see my joke
thunderstorms.
message about the? Did you see my joke message from the other day about the 1 use a day of steel wind strike?